Chapter 18 of A Daughter of the Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rosie. A Daughter of the Land by Jean Stratton-Porter. Chapter 18. Kate Takes the Bit in Her Teeth. The hackman was obliging, for after delivering the mail and some parcels, he took Kate to her home. While she waited for him, she walked the ravine bank planning about the mill which was now so sure that she might almost begin work. Surely she might as soon as she finished figuring, for she had visited the courthouse in Hartley and found that George's deeds were legal and in proper shape. Her mind was filled with plans which this time must succeed. As she approached the house she could see the children playing in the yard. It was the first time she had ever been away from them. She wondered if they had missed her. She was amazed to find that they were very decidedly disappointed to see her, but a few pertinent questions developed the reason. Their grandmother had come with her sister. She had spent her time teaching them that their mother was cold and hard and abused them by not treating them as other children were treated. So far as Kate could see, they had broken every rule she had ever laid down for them, eaten until their stomachs were out of order, and played in their better clothing until it would never be nice again, while Polly shouted at her approach, "Give me the oranges and candy, I want to divide them." "Silly," said Kate, "this is too soon, I've no money yet. It will be a long time before I get any, but you shall each have an orange, some candy, and new clothing when I do. Now run see what big fish you can catch." Satisfied, the children obeyed and ran to the creek. Aunt Ollie, worried and angered, told Adam to tell his father that Mother was home and for him to come and take her and grandmother to Walden at once. She had not been able to keep Mrs. Holt from one steady round of mischief, but she argued that her sister could do less, with her on guard, than alone, so she had stayed and done her best. But she knew how Kate would be annoyed, so she believed the best course was to leave as quickly as possible. Kate walked into the house, spoke to both women, and went to her room to change her clothing. Before she had finished, she heard George's voice in the house demanding, "Where's our millionaire lady? I want to look at her." Kate was very tired, slowly relaxing from intense nerve strain. She was holding herself in check about the children. She took a tighter grip and vowed she would not give Mrs. Holt the satisfaction of seeing her disturbed and provoked, if she killed herself in the effort at self-control. She stepped toward the door. "Here!" she called in a clear voice, the tone of which brought George swiftly. What was he worth anyway? He shouted. "Oh, millions and millions," said Kate sweetly. "At least, I think so." It was scarcely a time to discuss finances, in the face of that horrible accident. George laughed. "Oh, you're a good one," he cried. "Think you can keep a thing like that still? The cats and the dogs and the chickens of the whole country know about the deeds the old Land King had made for his sons, and how he got left on it. Served him right, too. We could hear Andrew swear and see Adam beat his horse clear over here. That's right, go ahead, put on airs, tell us something we don't know, will you? Maybe you think I wasn't hanging pretty close around that neighborhood myself." "Spying?" cried Kate. "Looking for timber," he sneered, "and never in all my life have I seen anything to beat it. 1,650 acres of the best land in the world. Your share of land and money together will be every cent of 12,000. Oh, I guess I know what you've got up your sleeve, my lady. Come on, shell out. Let's all go celebrate. What did you bring the children?" Kate was rapidly losing patience in spite of her resolves. "Myself," she said. "From their appearance and actions, goodness knows they needed me. I have been to my father's funeral, George, not to a circus." "Humph!" said George, "and home for the first time in 7 years." "You needn't tell me it wasn't the biggest picnic you ever had. And say, about those deeds burning up, wasn't that too grand?" "Even if my father burned with them?" she asked. "George, you make me completely disgusted." "Big hypocrite," he scoffed. "You know you're tickled silly. Why, you will get 10 times as much as you would if those deeds hadn't been burned." "I know what that estate amounts to. I know what that land is worth. I'll see that you get your share to the last penny that can be wrung out of it. You bet I will. Things are coming our way at last. Now we can build the mill and do everything we planned. I don't know as we will build a mill. With your 15,000 we could start a store in Hartley and do bigger things. The thing for you to do right now is to hitch up and take Aunt Ollie and your mother home, said Kate. I'll talk to you after supper and tell you all there is to know. I'm dusty and tired now. Well, you needn't try to fix up any shenanigan for me, he said. I know to within $500 of what your share of that estate is worth, and I'll see that you get it. No one has even remotely suggested that I shouldn't have my share of that estate, said Kate. While he was gone, Kate thought intently as she went about her work. She saw exactly what her position was and what she had to do. Their talk would be disagreeable, but the matter had to gone into and gotten over. She let George talk as he would while she finished supper and they ate. When he went for his evening work, she helped the children scale their fish for breakfast, and as they worked, she talked to them, sanely, sensibly, explaining what she could, avoiding what she could not. She put them to bed, her heart almost sickened at what they had been taught and told. Kate was in no very propitious mood for her interview with George. As she sat on the front porch waiting for him, she was wishing with all her heart that she was back home with the children, to remain forever. That, of course, was out of the question, but she wished it. She had been so glad to be with her mother again, to be of service, to hear a word of approval now and then. She must be worthy of her mother's opinion, she thought, just as George stepped on the porch, sat on the top step, leaned against a pillar, and said, "Now go on, tell me all about it." Kate thought intently a second. Instead of beginning with leaving Friday morning, "I was at the courthouse in Hartley this morning," she said. "You needn't have done that," he scoffed. "I spent most of the day there Monday. You bet folks shelled out the books when I told them who I was and what I was after. I must say you folks have some little reason to be high and mighty. You sure have got the dough. No wonder the old man hung on to the deeds himself. He wasn't so far from a king, all right, all right." "You mean you left your work Monday and went to the courthouse in Hartley and told who you were, and spent the day nosing into my father's affairs before his sons had done anything, or you had any idea what was to be done?" she demanded. "Oh, you needn't get so high and mighty," he said. "I propose to know just where I am about this. I propose to have just what is coming to me, to you, to the last penny, and no Bates man will manage the affair either." Suddenly Kate leaned forward. "I foresee that you've fixed yourself up for a big disappointment," she said. "My mother and her eldest son will settle my father's estate, and when it is settled I shall have exactly what the other girls have. Then, if I still think it is wise, I shall at once go to work building the mill. Everything must be shaved to the last cent, must be done with the closest economy. I must come out of this with enough left to provide us a comfortable home." "Do that from the first profits of the mill," he suggested. "I'm no good at counting chickens before they're hatched," said Kate. "Besides, the first profits from the mill, as you very well know, if you would ever stop to think, must go to pay for logs to work on, and there must always be a good balance for that purpose. No, I reserve enough from my money to fix the home I want, but I shall wait to do it until the mill is working, so I can give all my attention to it, while you are out looking up timber." "Of course I can do all of it perfectly well," he said, "and it's a man's business. You'll make me look like 50 cents if you get out among men and go to doing a thing no woman in this part of the country ever did. Why, it will look like you don't trust me." "I can't help how it will look," said Kate. "This is my last and only dollar. If I lose it, I am out for life. I shall take no risk. I've no confidence in your business ability, and you know it. It need not hurt your pride a particle to say that we are partners, that I'm going to build the mill while you're going to bring in the timber. It's the only way I shall touch the proposition. I will give you $200 for the deed and abstract of the ravine. I'll give your mother 800 for the lot and house, which is 200 more than it is worth. I'll lay away enough to rebuild and refurnish it, and with the remainder I'll build the dam, bridge, and mill just as quickly as it can be done. As soon as I get my money, we'll buy timber for the mill, and get it sawed and dried this winter. We can be all done and running by next June." "Kate, how are you going to get all that land sold and the money in hand to divide up that quickly? I don't think it can ever be done. Land is always sold on time, you know," he said. Kate drew a deep breath. "This land isn't going to be sold," she said. Most of the boys have owned their farms long enough to have enabled them to buy other land and put money in the bank. They're going to form a pool and put in enough money to pay the girls the share they have agreed to take, even if they have to borrow it, as some of the younger ones will. But the older ones will help them, so the girls are to have their money in cash in 3 months. I was mighty glad of the arrangement for my part, because we can begin at once on our plans for the mill." "And how much do the girls get?" he asked darkly. "Can't say just yet," said Kate. "The notes and mortgages have to be gone over and the thing figured out. It will take some time. Mother and Adam began yesterday. We shall know in a few weeks." "Sounds to me like a cold-blooded Bates steal," he cried. "Who figured what was a fair share for the girls? Who planned that arrangement? Why didn't you insist on the thing going through court, the land being sold, and equal divisions of all the proceeds?" "Now if you'll agree not to say a word until I finish, I'll show you the figures," said Kate. "I'll tell you what the plan is, and why it was made, and I'll tell you further that it is already recorded and in action. There are no minor heirs. We could make an agreement and record it. There was no will. Mother will administer. It's all settled. Wait until I get the figures." Then, slowly and clearly, she went over the situation, explaining everything in detail. When she finished, he sat staring at her with a snarling face. "You signed that?" he demanded. "You signed that! You threw away at least half you might have had. You let those lousy scoundrels of brothers of yours hoodwink you and pull the wool over your eyes like that? Are you mad? Are you stark, staring mad?" "No, I'm quite sane," said Kate. "It is you who are mad. You know my figures, don't you? Those were the only ones used yesterday. The whole scheme was mine, with help from Mother to the extent of her giving up everything except the home farm." "You crazy fool!" he cried, springing up. "Now stop," said Kate. "Stop right there. I've done what I think is right and fair and just, and I'm happy with the results. Act decently. I'll stay and build the mill. Say only one more of the nasty, insulting things in your head, and I'll go in there and wake up the children, and we will leave now and on foot." Confronted with Kate and her ultimatum, George arose and walked down to the road. He began pacing back and forth in the moonlight, struggling to regain command of himself. He had no money. He had no prospect of any until Aunt Ollie died and left him her farm. He was, as he expressed it, up against it there. Now he was up against it with Kate. What she decided upon and proposed to do was all he could do. She might shave prices and cut and skimp and haggle to buy material and put up her buildings at the least possible expense. She might sit over books and figure herself blind. He would be driving over the country, visiting with the farmers, booming himself for a fat county office maybe, eating big dinners and being a jolly good fellow generally. Naturally as breathing, there came to him a scheme whereby he could buy at the very lowest figure he could extract. Then he would raise the price to Kate enough to make him a comfortable income, besides his share of the business. He had not walked the road long until his anger was all gone. He began planning the kind of horse he would have to drive, the buggy he would want, and a box in it to carry a hatchet, a square, measures, an auger, other tools he would need, and by Jove, it would be a dandy idea to carry a bottle of the real thing. Many a farmer, for a good cigar and a few swallows of the right thing, would warm up and sign such a contract as could be got in no other manner, while he would need it on cold days himself. George stopped in the moonlight to slap his leg and laugh over the happy thought. "By George, Georgie, my boy," he said, "most days will be cold, won't they?" He had no word to say to Kate of his change of feeling in the matter. He did not want to miss the chance of twitting her at every opportunity he could invent with having thrown away half her inheritance, but he was glad the whole thing was settled so quickly and easily. He was now busy planning how he would spend the money Kate agreed to pay him for the ravine, but that was another rosy cloud she soon changed in color, for she told him if he was going to be a partner he could put in what money he had, as his time was no more valuable than she could make hers teaching school again. In other words, he could buy his horse and buggy with the price she paid for the location, so he was forced to agree. He was forced to do a great many things in the following months that he hated, but he had to do them, or be left out of the proposition altogether.
Mrs. Bates and Adam administered the Bates estate promptly and efficiently. The girls had their money on time, the boys adjusted themselves as their circumstances admitted. Mrs. Bates had to make so many trips to town before the last paper was signed and the last transfer was made that she felt she could not go any further, so she did not. Nancy Ellen had reached the point where she would stop and talk a few minutes to Kate if she met her on the streets of Hartley, as she frequently did now, but she would not ask her to come home with her because she would not bring herself in contact with George Holt. The day Kate went to Hartley to receive and deposit her check and start her bank account, her mother asked her if she had any plan as to what she would do with her money. Kate told her in detail. Mrs. Bates listened with grim face. "You better leave it in the bank," she said, "and use the interest to help you live, or put it in good farm mortgages, where you can easily get 10%. Kate explained again and told how she was doing all the buying, how she would pay all the bills, and keep the books. It was no use. Mrs. Bates sternly insisted that she should do no such thing. In some way she would be defrauded. In some way she would lose the money. What she was proposing was a man's work. Kate had most of her contracts signed and much material ordered. She could not stop. Sadly, she saw her mother turn from her, declaring as she went that Kate would lose every cent she had, and when she did she need not come hanging around her. She had been warned. If she lost, she could take the consequences. For an instant, Kate felt that she could not endure it, then she sprang after her mother. "Oh, but I won't lose," she cried. "I'm keeping my money in my own hands. I'm spending it myself. Please, mother, come and see the location and let me show you everything." "Too late now," said Mrs. Bates grimly. "The thing is done. The time to have told me was before you made any contracts. You're always taking the bit in your teeth and going ahead. Well, go. But remember, as you make your bed, so you can lie." "All right," said Kate, trying to force a laugh. "Don't you worry. Next time you get into a tight place and want to borrow a few hundreds, come to me." Mrs. Bates laughed derisively. Kate turned away with a faint sickness in her heart, and when half an hour later she met Nancy Ellen, fresh from an interview with her mother, she felt no better, far worse in fact, for Nancy Ellen certainly could say what was in her mind with free and forceful directness. With deft tongue and nimble brain, she embroidered all Mrs. Bates had said, and prophesied more evil luck in 3 minutes than her mother could have thought of in a year. Kate left them with no promise of seeing either of them again, except by accident, her heart and brain filled with misgivings. "Must I always have a fly in my ointment?" she wailed to herself. "I thought this morning this would be the happiest day of my life. I felt as if I were flying. Ye gods, but wings were never meant for me. Every time I take them, down I come kerflop, mostly in a gulf of dark despair, as the hymn book says. Anyway, I'll keep my promise and give the youngsters a treat." So she bought each of them an orange, some candy, and goods for a new Sunday outfit and comfortable school clothing. Then she took the hack for Walden, feeling in a degree as she had the day she married George Holt. As she passed the ravine and again studied the location, her spirits arose. It was a good scheme. It would work. She would work it. She would sell from the yards to Walden and the surrounding country. She would see the dealers in Hartley and talk the business over, so she would know she was not being cheated in freight rates when she came to shipping. She stopped at Mrs. Holt's, laid a deed before her for her signature, and offered her a check for $800 for the Holt house and lot, which Mrs. Holt eagerly accepted. They arranged to move immediately, as the children were missing school. She had a deed with her for the ravine, which George signed in Walden, and both documents were acknowledged, but she would not give him the money until he had the horse and buggy he was to use, at the gate, in the spring. He wanted to start out buying at once, but that was going too far in the future for Kate. While the stream was low and the banks firm, Kate built her dam, so that it would be ready for spring, put in the abutments, and build the bridge. It was not a large dam, and not a big bridge, but both were solid, well constructed, and would serve every purpose. Then Kate set men hauling stone for the corner foundations. She hoped to work up such a trade and buy so much and so wisely in the summer that she could run all winter, so she was building a real mill in the Bates way, which way included letting the foundations freeze and settle over winter. That really was an interesting and comfortable winter. Kate and George both watched the children's studies at night, worked their plans finer in the daytime, and lived as cheaply and carefully as they could. Everything was going well. George was doing his best to promote the mill plan, to keep Kate satisfied at home, to steal out after she slept and keep himself satisfied in appetite and some ready money in his pockets, won at games of chance, at which he was an expert, and at cards, which he handled like a master. End of chapter 18. Recording by Rosie.
Chapter 19 of A Daughter of the Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rosie. A Daughter of the Land by Jean Stratton-Porter. Chapter 19. As a Man Soweth. At the earliest possible moment in the spring, the building of the mill began. It was scarcely well under way when the work was stopped by a week of heavy rains. The water filled the ravine to dangerous height, and the roaring of the dam could be heard all over town. George talked of it incessantly. He said it was the sweetest music his ears had ever heard. Kate had to confess that she liked the sound herself, but she was fearful over saying much on the subject because she was so very anxious about the stability of the dam. There was a day or two of fine weather. Then the rains began again. Kate said she had all the music she desired. She proposed to be safe. So she went and opened the sluiceway to reduce the pressure on the dam. The result was almost immediate. The water gushed through, lowering the current and lessening the fall. George grumbled all day, threatening half a dozen times to shut the sluice. But Kate and the carpenter were against him, so he waited until he came slipping home after midnight, his brain in a muddle from drink, smoke, and cards. As he neared the dam, he decided that the reason he felt so badly was because he had missed hearing it all day, but he would have it to go to sleep by. So he crossed the bridge and shut the sluice gate. Even as he was doing it, the thunder pealed, lightning flashed, and high heaven gave him warning that he was doing a dangerous thing. But all his life he had done what he pleased. There was no probability that he would change then. He needed the roar of the dam to quiet his nerves. The same roar that put him to sleep awakened Kate. She lay wondering at it and fearing. She raised her window to listen. The rain was falling in torrents, while the roar was so awful, so much worse than it had been when she fell asleep, that she had a suspicion of what might have caused it. She went to George's room and shook him awake. "Listen to the dam," she cried. "It will go, as sure as fate. George, did you close the sluice gate when you came home?" He was half asleep, and too defiant from drink to take his usual course. "Sure," he said. "Sweetest music ever heard. Push me sleep." He fell back on the pillow and went on sleeping. Kate tried again to waken him, but he struck at her savagely. She ran to her room, hurried into a few clothes, and getting the lantern, started toward the bridge. At the gate she stepped into water. As far as she could see above the dam, the street was covered. She waded to the bridge, which was under at each end but still bare in the middle, where it was slightly higher. Kate crossed it and started down the yard toward the dam. The earth was softer there, and she mired in places almost to her knees. At the dam, the water was tearing around each end in a mad race, carrying earth and everything before it. The mill side was lower than the street. The current was so broad and deep, she could not see where the sluice was. She hesitated a second to try to locate it from the mill behind her, and in that instant there was a crack and a roar, a mighty rush that swept her from her feet and washed away the lantern. Nothing saved her but the trees on the bank. She struck one, clung to it, pulled herself higher, and in the blackness gripped the tree, while she heard the dam going gradually after the first break. There was no use to scream. No one could have heard her. The storm raved on. Kate clung to her tree, with each flash of lightning trying to see the dam. At last she saw that it was not all gone. She was not much concerned about herself. She knew the tree would hold. Eagerly she strained her eyes toward the dam. She could feel the water dropping lower, while the roar subsided to a wild rush, and with flashes of lightning she could see what she thought was at least half of the dam holding firm. By that time, Kate began to chill. She wrapped her arms around the tree, and pressing her cheek against the rough bark, she cried as hard as she could and did not care. God would not hear. The neighbors could not. She shook and cried until she was worn out. By that time the water was only a muddy flow around her ankles. If she had a light, she could wade back to the bridge and reach home. But if she missed the bridge and went into the ravine, the current would be too strong for her. She held with one arm and tried to wipe her face with the other hand. "What a fool to cry," she said, "as if there were any more water needed here." Then she saw a light in the house, and the figures of the children, carrying it from room to room, so she knew that one of them had awakened for a drink, or with the storm, and they had missed her. Then she could see them at the front door, Adam's sturdy feet planted widely apart, bracing him as he held up the lamp which flickered in the wind. Then she could hear his voice shouting, "Mother!" Instantly Kate answered. Then she was sorry she had, for both of them began to scream wildly. There was a second of that, then even the children realized its futility. "She is out there in the water. We got to get her," said Adam. "We got to do it." He started with the light held high. The wind blew it out. They had to go back to relight it. Kate knew they would burn their fingers, and she prayed they would not set the house on fire. When the light showed again, at the top of her lungs, she screamed, "Adam, set the broom on fire and carry it to the end of the bridge. The water isn't deep enough to hurt you." She tried twice, then she saw him give Polly the lamp and run down the hall. He came back in an instant with the broom. Polly held the lamp high. Adam went down the walk to the gate and started up the sidewalk. "He's using his head," said Kate to the tree. "He's going to wait until he reaches the bridge to start his light, so it will last longer. That is Bates, anyway. Thank God." Adam scratched several matches before he got the broom well ignited. Then he held it high, and by its light found the end of the bridge. Kate called to him to stop, and plunging and splashing through mud and water, she reached the bridge before the broom burned out. There she clung to the railing she had insisted upon, and felt her way across to the boy. His thin cotton nightshirt was plastered to his sturdy little body. As she touched him, Kate lifted him in her arms and almost hugged the life from him. "You big man," she said. "You could help Mother. Good for you." "Is the dam gone?" he asked. "Part of it," said Kate, sliding her feet before her, as she waded toward Polly in the doorway. "Did Father shut the sluice gate to hear the roar?" Kate hesitated. The shivering body in her arms felt so small to her. "I 'spect he did," said Adam. "All day he was fussing after you stopped the roar." Then he added casually, "The old fool oughta known better. I 'spect he was drunk again." "Oh, Adam," cried Kate, setting him on the porch. "Oh, Adam, what makes you say that?" "Oh, all of them at school say that," scoffed Adam. "Everybody knows it but you, don't they, Polly?" "Sure," said Polly, "most every night. But don't you mind, Mother. Adam and I will take care of you." Kate fell on her knees and gathered both of them in a crushing hug for an instant. Then she helped them into dry nightgowns and to bed. As she covered them, she stooped and kissed each of them before she went to warm and put on dry clothes and dry her hair. It was almost dawn when she walked to George Holt's door and looked in at him, lying stretched in deep sleep. "You may thank your God for your children," she said. "If it hadn't been for them, I know what I would have done to you." Then she went to her room and lay down to rest until dawn. She was up at the usual time and had breakfast ready for the children. As they were starting to school, George came into the room. "Mother," said Polly, "there is a lot of folks over around the dam. What shall we tell them?" Kate's heart stopped. She had heard that question before. "Tell them the truth," said Adam scornfully, before Kate could answer. "Tell them that Mother opened the sluiceway to save the dam, and Father shut it to hear it roar, and it busted." "Shall I, Mother?" asked Polly. A slow whiteness spread over George's face. He stared down the hall to look. "Tell them exactly what you please," said Kate. "Only you watch yourself like a hawk. If you tell one word not the way it was, or in any way different from what happened, I'll punish you severely." "May I tell them I held the lamp while Adam got you out of the water?" asked Polly. "That would be true, you know." George turned to listen, his face still whiter. "Yes, that would be true," said Kate. "But if you tell them that, the first thing they will ask will be, 'Where was your father?' What will you say then?" "Why, we'll say that he was so drunk we couldn't wake him up," said Polly conclusively. "We pulled him and we shook him and we yelled at him. Didn't we, Adam?" "I was not drunk," shouted George. "Oh, yes, you were," said Adam. "You smelled all sour, like it does at the saloon door." George made a rush at Adam. The boy spread his feet and put up his hands, but never flinched or moved. Kate, looking on, felt something in her heart that had never been there before. She caught George's arm as he reached the child. "You go on to school, little folks," she said, "and for Mother's sake, try not to talk at all. If people question you, tell them to ask Mother. I'd be so proud of you if you would do that." "I will, if you'll hold me and kiss me again like you did last night when you got out of the water," said Polly. "It is a bargain," said Kate. "How about you, Adam?" "I will for that, too," said Adam. "But I'd like awful well to tell how fast the water went, and how it poured and roared while I held the light and you got across. Gee, it was awful, Mother. So black and so crashy and so deep. I'd like to tell." "But you won't if I ask you not to?" queried Kate. "I will not," said Adam. Kate went down on her knees again. She held out her arms, and both youngsters rushed to her. After they were gone, she and George Holt looked at each other an instant. Then Kate turned to her work. He followed. "Kate," he began. "No use," said Kate. "If you go out and look at the highest water mark, you can easily imagine what I had to face last night when I had to cross the bridge to open the sluice gate, or the bridge would have gone too. If the children had not wakened with the storm, and hunted me, I'd have had to stay over there until morning, if I could have clung to the tree that long. First they rescued me, and then they rescued you, if you only but knew it. By using part of the money I had saved for the house, I can rebuild the dam, but I am done with you. We're partners no longer. Not with business, money, or in any other way will I ever trust you again. Sit down there and eat your breakfast, and then leave my sight." Instead, George put on his old clothing, crossed the bridge, and worked all day with all his might trying to gather building material out of the water, save debris from the dam, to clear the village street. At noon he came over and got a drink and a piece of bread. At night he worked until he could see no longer, and then ate some food from the cupboard and went to bed. He was up and at work before daybreak in the morning, and for 2 weeks he kept this up until he had done much to repair the work of the storm. The dam he almost rebuilt himself, as soon as the water lowered to normal again. Kate knew what he was trying to do, and knew also that in a month he had the village pitying him, and blaming her because he was working himself to death, and she was allowing it. She doggedly went on with her work. The contracts were made, she was forced to. As the work neared completion, her faith in the enterprise grew. She studied by the hour everything she could find pertaining to the business. When the machinery began to arrive, George frequently spoke about having timber ready to begin work on, but he never really believed the thing which did happen, would happen, until the first load of logs slowly crossed the bridge and began unloading in the yards. A few questions elicited from the driver the reply that he had sold the timber to young Adam Bates of Bates Corners, who was out buying right and left and paying cash on condition the seller did his own delivering. George saw the scheme and that it was good. Also the logs were good, while the price was less than he hoped to pay for such timber. His soul was filled with bitterness. The mill was his scheme. He had planned it all. Those thieving Bates had stolen his plan, and his location, and his home, and practically separated him from his wife and children. It was his mill, and all he was getting from it was to work with all his might, and not a decent word from morning until night. That day, instead of working as before, he sat in the shade most of the time, and that night, instead of going to bed, he went downtown. When the mill was almost finished, Kate employed 2 men who lived in Walden, but had been working in the Hartley mill for years. They were honest men of much experience. Kate made the better of them foreman and consulted with him in every step of completing the mill and setting up the machinery. She watched everything with sharp eyes, often making suggestions that were useful about the placing of different parts as a woman would arrange them. Some of these the men laughed at, some they were more than glad to accept. When the engine was set up, the big saw in place, George went to Kate. "See here," he said roughly, "I know I was wrong about the sluice gate. I was a fool to shut it with the water that high, but I've learned my lesson. I'll never touch it again. I've worked like a dog for weeks to pay for it. Now where do I come in? What's my job? How much is my share of the money, and when do I get it?" "The trouble with you, George, is that you have to learn a new lesson about everything you attempt. You can't carry a lesson about one thing in your mind and apply it to the next thing that comes up. I know you have worked, and I know why. It is fair that you should have something, but I can't say what, just now. Having to rebuild the dam, and with a number of incidentals that have come up, in spite of the best figuring I could do, I have been forced to use my money saved for rebuilding the house. And even with that, I am coming out 100 or two short. I'm strapped, and until money begins to come in, I have none myself. The first must go toward paying the men's wages, the next for timber. If Jim Milton can find work for you, go to work at the mill, and when we get started I'll pay you what is fair and just. You may depend on that. If he hasn't work for you, you'll have to find a job at something else." "Do you mean that?" he asked wonderingly. "I mean it," said Kate. "After stealing my plan, and getting my land for nothing, you'd throw me out entirely?" he demanded. "You entreated me to put all I had into your plan. You told me repeatedly the ravine was worth nothing. You were not even keeping up the taxes on it until I came and urged you to. The dam is used merely for water, the engine furnishes the real power, and if you are thrown out, you have thrown yourself out. You have had every chance." "You are going to keep your nephew on the buying job?" he asked. "I am," said Kate. "You can have no job that will give you a chance to involve me financially." "Then give me Milton's place. It's so easy a baby could do it, and the wages you have promised him are scandalous," said George. Kate laughed. "Oh, George," she said, "you can't mean that. Of all your harebrained ideas, that you could operate that saw is the wildest. Of course you could start the engine and set the saw running. I could myself. But to regulate its speed, to control it with judgment, you could no more do it than Polly. As for wages, Milton is working for less than he got in Hartley, because he can be at home and save his hack fare, as you know." George went over to Jim Milton, and after doing all he could see to do, and ordering Milton to do several things he thought might be done, he said casually, "Of course I am boss around this shack, but this is new to me. You fellows will have to tell me what to do until I get my bearings. As soon as we get to running, I'll be yardmaster, and manage the selling and shipping. I'm good at figures, and that would be the best place for me." "You'll have to settle with Mrs. Holt about that," said Jim Milton. "Of course," said George. "Isn't she a wonder? With my help we'll soon wipe the Hartley mills off the map, and be selling till Grand Rapids will get her eye peeled. With you to run the machinery, me to manage the sales, and her to keep the books, we got a combination to beat the world." "In the meantime," said Jim Milton, dryly, "you might take that scoop shovel and clean the shavings and blocks off this floor. Leave me some before the engine to start the first fire, and shovel the rest into that bin there, where it's handy. It isn't safe to start with so much loose, dry stuff lying around." George went to work with the scoop shovel, but he watched every movement Jim Milton made about the engine and machinery. Often he dropped the shovel and stood studying things out for himself, and asking questions. Not being sure of his position, Jim Milton answered him patiently and showed him all he wanted to know, but he constantly cautioned him not to touch anything or try to start the machinery himself, as he might lose control of the gauge and break the saw, or let the power run away with him. George scoffed at the idea of danger, and laughed at the simplicity of the engine and machinery. There was little for him to do. He hated to be seen cleaning up the debris. Men who stopped in passing kept telling what a fine young fellow Bates was, what good timber he was sending in.
Several of them told George frankly they thought that was to be his job. He was so ashamed of that, he began instant improvisation. "That was the way we first planned things," he said boastfully, "but when it came to working out our plans, we found I would be needed here till I learned the business, and then I'm going on the road. I am going to be the salesman. To travel, dress well, eat well, flirt with the pretty girls, and take big lumber orders will just about suit little old Georgie." "Wonder you remembered to put the orders in at all," said Jim Milton dryly. George glared at him. "Well, just remember whom you take orders from," he said pompously. "I take them from Mrs. Holt, and nobody else," said Milton, with equal assurance. "And I've yet to hear her say the first word about this wonderful traveling proposition. She thinks she will do well to fill home orders and ship to a couple of factories she already has contracts with. Sure you didn't dream that traveling proposition, George?" At that instant George wished he could slay Jim Milton. All day he brooded and grew sullen and ugly. By noon he quit working and went downtown. By supper time he went home to prove to his wife that he was all right. She happened to be coming across from the mill, where she had helped Milton lay the first fire under the boiler ready to touch off, and had seen the first log on the set carriage. It had been agreed that she was to come over at opening time in the morning and start the machinery. She was a proud and eager woman when she crossed the bridge and started down the street toward the gate. From the opposite direction came George, so unsteady that he was running into tree boxes, then lifting his hat and apologizing to them for his awkwardness. Kate saw at a glance that he might fall any instant. Her only thought was to help him from the street to where children would not see him. She went to him, and taking his arm, started down the walk with him. He took off his hat to her also, and walked with wavering dignity, setting his steps as if his legs were not long enough to reach the walk, so that each step ended with a decided thump. Kate could see the neighbors watching at their windows, and her own children playing on the roof of the woodshed. When the children saw their parents, they both stopped playing to stare at them. Then suddenly, shrill and high, arose Adam's childish voice. "Father came home the other night, tried to blow out the 'lectric light, blew and blew with all his might, and the blow almost killed Mother." Polly joined him, and they sang and shrilled and shrieked it. They jumped up and down and laughed and repeated it again and again. Kate guided George to his room, and gave him a shove that landed him on the bed. Then, to hush the children, she called them to supper. They stopped suddenly, as soon as they entered the kitchen door, and sat, sorry and ashamed while she went around, her face white, her lips closed, preparing their food. George was asleep. The children ate alone, as she could take no food. Later she cleaned the kitchen, put the children to bed, and sat on the front porch looking at the mill, wondering, hoping, planning, praying unconsciously. When she went to bed at 10 o'clock, George was still asleep. He awakened shortly after, burning with heat and thirst. He arose and slipped to the back porch for a drink. Water was such an aggravation, he crossed the yard, went out the back gate, and down the alley. When he came back up the street, he was pompously, maliciously, dangerously drunk. Either less or more would have been better. When he came in sight of the mill, standing new and shining in the moonlight, he was a lord of creation, ready to work creation to his will. He would go over and see if things were all right, but he did not cross the bridge. He went down the side street and entered the yard at the back. The doors were closed and locked, but there was as yet no latch on the sliding windows above the workbench. He could push them open from the ground. He leaned a board against the side of the mill, set his foot on it, and pulled himself up, so that he could climb on the bench. That much achieved, he looked around him. After a time his eyes grew accustomed to the darkness, so that he could see his way plainly. Muddled half-thoughts began to filter through his brain. He remembered he was abused. He was out of it. He remembered that he was not the buyer for the mill. He remembered how the men had laughed when he had said that he was to be the salesman. He remembered that Milton had said that he was not to touch the machinery. He at once slid from the bench and went to the boiler. He opened the door of the firebox and saw the kindling laid ready to light, to get up steam. He looked at the big log on the set carriage. They had planned to start with a splurge in the morning.
Kate was to open the throttle that started the machinery. He decided to show them that they were not so smart. He would give them a good surprise by sawing the log. That would be a joke on them to brag about the remainder of his life. He took matches from his pocket and started the fire. It seemed to his fevered imagination that it burned far too slowly. He shoved in more kindling, shavings, ends left from siding. This smothered his fire, so he made trip after trip to the tinder box, piling in armloads of dry, inflammable stuff. Then suddenly the flames leaped up. He slammed shut the door and started toward the saw. He could not make it work. He jammed and pulled everything he could reach. Soon he realized the heat was becoming intense, and turned to the boiler to see that the firebox was red hot almost all over, white hot in places. "My God," he muttered. "Too hot. Got to cool that down." Then he saw the tank and the dangling hose, and remembered that he had not filled the boiler. Taking down the hose, he opened the water cock, stuck in the nozzle, and turned on the water full force. Windows were broken across the street. Parts of the firebox, boiler, and fire flew everywhere. The walls blew out, the roof lifted and came down. The fire raged among the new, dry timbers of the mill. When her windows blew in, Kate was thrown from her bed to the floor. She lay stunned a second, then dragged herself up to look across the street. There was nothing where the low white expanse of roof had spread an hour before, while a red glare was creeping everywhere over the ground. She ran to George's room and found it empty. She ran to the kitchen, calling him, and found the back door standing open. She rushed back to her room and began trying to put on her dress over her nightrobe. She could not control her shaking fingers, while at each step she cut her feet on broken glass. She reached the front door as the children came screaming with fright. In turning to warn them about the glass, she stumbled on the top step, pitched forward headlong, then lay still. The neighbors carried her back to her bed, called the doctor, and then saved all the logs in the yard they could. The following day, when the fire had burned itself out, the undertaker hunted assiduously, but nothing could be found to justify a funeral. End of Chapter 19. Recording by Rosie.
Chapter 20 of A Daughter of the Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Daughter of the Land by Jean Stratton-Porter. Chapter 20. For a Good Girl. For a week, Kate lay so dazed she did not care whether she lived or died. Then she slowly crept back to life, realizing that whether she cared or not, she must live. She was too young, too strong to quit because she was soul-sick. She had to go on. She had life to face for herself and her children. She wondered dully about her people, but as none of the neighbors who had taken care of her said anything concerning them, she realized that they had not been there. At first she was almost glad. They were forthright people. They would have had something to say. They would have said it tersely and to the point. Adam III had wound up her affairs speedily by selling the logs he had bought for her to the Hartley mills, paying what she owed, and depositing the remainder in the Hartley Bank to her credit. But that remainder was less than $100. That winter was a long, dreadful nightmare to Kate. Had it not been for Aunt Ollie, they would have been hungry some of the time. They were cold most of it. For weeks Kate thought of sending for her mother or going to her. Then, as not even a line came from any of her family, she realized that they resented her losing that much Bates money so bitterly that they wished to have nothing to do with her. Often she sat for hours staring straight before her, trying to straighten out the tangle she had made of her life. As if she had not suffered enough in the reality of living, she now lived over in day and night dreams, hour by hour, her time with George Holt, and gained nothing thereby. All winter Kate brooded, barely managing to keep alive and the children in school. As spring opened, she shook herself, arose, and went to work. It was not planned, systematic, effective Bates work. Piecemeal, she did anything she saw needed the doing. The children helped to make garden and clean the yard. Then all of them went out to Aunt Ollie's and made a contract to plant and raise potatoes and vegetables on shares. They passed a neglected garden on the way, and, learning that the woman of the house was ill, Kate stopped and offered to tend it for enough cords of windfall wood to pay her a fair price, this to be delivered in midsummer. With food and fire assured, Kate ripped up some of George's clothing, washed, pressed, turned, and made Adam warm clothes for school. She even achieved a dress for Polly by making a front and back from a pair of her father's trouser legs, and setting in side pieces, a yoke, and sleeves from one of her old skirts. George's underclothing she cut down for both of the children, then drew another check for taxes and second-hand books. While she was in Hartley in the fall paying taxes, she stopped at a dry goods store for thread, and heard a customer asking for knitted mittens which were not in stock. After he had gone, she arranged with the merchant for a supply of yarn which she carried home, and began to knit into mittens such as had been called for. She used every minute of leisure during the day, she worked hours into the night, and soon small sums began coming her way. When she had a supply of teamsters' heavy mittens, she began on fancy-colored ones for babies and children, sometimes crocheting, sometimes using needles. Soon she started both children on the rougher work with her. They were glad to help, for they had a lively remembrance of one winter of cold and hunger, with no Christmas. That there were many things she might have done that would have made more money with less exertion, Kate never seemed to realize. She did the obvious thing. Her brain power seemed to be on a level with that of Adam and Polly. When the children began to carry home Christmas talk, Kate opened her mouth to say the things that had been said to her as a child, then tightly closed it. She began getting up earlier, sitting up later, knitting feverishly. Luckily, the merchant could sell all she could furnish. As the time drew nearer, she gathered from the talk of the children what was the deepest desire of their hearts. One day, a heavy wind driving ice-coated trees in the backyard broke quite a large limb from a cherry tree. Kate dragged it into the woodhouse to make firewood. She leaned it against the wall to wait until the ice melted, and as it stood there in its silvery coat, she thought how like a small tree the branch was shaped, and how pretty it looked. After the children had gone to school the next day, she shaped it with the hatchet and saw, and fastened it in a small box. This she carried to her bedroom and locked the door. She had not much idea what she was going to do, but she kept thinking. Soon she found enough time to wrap every branch carefully with the red tissue paper her red knitting wool came in, and to cover the box smoothly. Then she thought of the country Christmas trees she had seen decorated with popcorn and cranberries. She popped the corn at night, and the following day made a trip up the ravine, where she gathered all the bittersweet berries, swamp holly, and wild rose seed heads she could find. She strung the corn on fine cotton cord, putting a rose seed pod between each grain, then used the bittersweet berries to terminate the blunt ends of the branches and climb up the trunk. By the time she had finished this, she was really interested. She achieved a gold star for the top from a box lid and a piece of gilt paper Polly had carried home from school. With yarn ends and mosquito netting, she whipped up a few little mittens, stockings, and bags. She cracked nuts from their fall store, and melting a little sugar, stirred in the kernels until they were covered with a sweet white glaze. Then she made some hard candy, and some fancy cookies with a few sticks of striped candy cut in circles and dotted on the top. She polished red, yellow, and green apples and set them under the tree. When she made her final trip to Hartley before Christmas, the spirit of the day was in the air. She breathed so much of it that she paid $1.50 for a stout sled and 10 cents for a dozen little red candles, 5 each for 2 oranges, and 15 each for 2 pretty little books. Then, after long hesitation, added a doll for Polly. She felt that she should not have done this, and said so to herself, but knew if she had it to do over, she would do the same thing again. She shook her shoulders and took the first step toward regaining her old self-confidence. "Pshaw! Big and strong as I am, and Adam getting such a great boy, we can make it," she said. Then she hurried to the hack and was driven home barely in time to rush her bundles into her room before school was out. She could scarcely wait until the children were in bed to open the parcels. The doll had to be dressed, but Kate was interested in Christmas by that time, and so contemplated the spider-waisted image with real affection. She never had owned a doll herself. She let the knitting go that night, and cut up an old waist to make white underclothing with touches of lace, and a pretty dress. Then Kate went to her room, tied the doll in a safe place on the tree, put on the books, and set the candles with pins. As she worked, she kept biting her lips, but when it was all finished, she thought it was lovely, and so it was. As she set the sled in front of the tree, she said, "There, little folks, I wonder what you will think of that. It's the best I can do. I've a nice chicken to roast. Now if only Mother or Nancy Ellen would come, or write a line, or merely send one word by Tilly Nepple." Suddenly Kate lay down on the bed, buried her face in the pillow, while her shoulders jerked and shook in dry sobs for a long time. At last she arose, went to the kitchen, bathed her face, and banked the fires. "I suppose it is the Bates way," she said, "but it's a cold, hard proposition. I know what's the matter with all of them. They are afraid to come near me or show the slightest friendliness, for fear I'll ask them to help support us. They needn't worry. We can take care of ourselves." She set her tree on the living-room table, arranged everything to the best advantage, laid a fire in the stove, and went to sleep Christmas Eve, feeling more like herself than she had since the explosion. Christmas morning she had the house warm, and the tree ready to light while the children dressed. She slipped away their everyday clothing and laid out their best instead. She could hear them talking as they dressed, and knew the change of clothing had filled them with hope. She hastily lighted the tree, and was setting the table as they entered the dining room. "Merry Christmas, little people," she cried, in a voice they had not heard in a long time. They both rushed to her, and Kate's heart stood still as they each hugged her tight, kissed her, and offered a tiny packet. From the size and feeling of these, she realized that they were giving her the candy they had received the day before at school. Surprises were coming thick and fast with Kate. That one shook her to her foundations. They loved candy. They had so little. They had nothing else to give. She held them an instant so tightly they were surprised at her. Then she told them to lay the packages on the living-room table until after breakfast. Polly opened the door and screamed. Adam ran, and then both of them stood silently before the brave little tree, flaming red, touched with white, its gold star shining. They looked at it, and then at each other, while Kate, watching at an angle across the dining room, distinctly heard Polly say in an awed tone, "Adam, hadn't we better pray?" Kate lifted herself full height and drew a deep breath. "Well, I guess I can manage a little Christmas after this," she said, "and maybe a 4th of July, and a birthday, and a few other things. I needn't be such a coward. I believe I can make it." From that hour she began trying to think of something she could do that would bring returns more nearly commensurate with the time and strength she was spending. She felt tied to Walden because she owned the house, and could rely on working on shares with Aunt Ollie for winter food. But there was nothing she could do there and take care of the children that would bring more than the most meager living. Still they were living, each year more comfortably. The children were growing bigger and stronger. Soon they could help at something, if only she could think what. The time flew, each day a repetition of yesterday's dogged, soul-tiring grind, until some days Kate was close to despair. Each day the house grew shabbier. Things wore out and could not be replaced. Poverty showed itself more plainly. So 3 more years of life in Walden passed, setting their indelible mark on Kate. Time and again she almost broke the spell that bound her, but she never quite reached the place where her thought cleared, her heart regained its courage, her soul dared take wing and try another flight. When she thought of it, "I don't so much mind the falling," said Kate to herself, "but I do seem to select the hardest spots to light on." Kate sat on the back steps. The sun shone. Her nearest neighbor was spading an onion bed. She knew that presently she would get out the rake and spade and begin another year's work, but at that minute she felt too hopeless to move. Adam came and sat on the step beside her. She looked at him, and was surprised at his size and apparent strength. Some way he gave her hope. He was a good boy. He had never done a mean, sneaking thing that she knew of. He was natural, normal, mischievous, but he had not an underhand inclination that she could discover. He would make a fine-looking, big man, quite as fine as any of the Bates men. Even Adam the Third was no handsomer than the fourth Adam would be. Hope arose in her with the cool air of spring on her cheek and its wine in her nostrils. Then out of the clear sky she said it. "Adam, how long are we going to stay in the beggar class?" Adam jumped and turned surprised eyes toward her. Kate was forced to justify herself. "Of course we give Aunt Ollie half we raise," she said, "but anybody would do that. We work hard, and we live little if any better than Jason's, who have the county trustee in 3 times a winter. I'm big and strong, you're almost a man. Why don't we do something? Why don't we have some decent clothes, some money for outwork, and," Kate spoke at random, "a horse and carriage?" "A horse and carriage?" repeated Adam, staring at her. "Why not?" said Kate, casually. "But how?" cried the amazed boy. "Why, earn the money and buy it," said Kate, impatiently. "I'm about fed up on earning cabbage and potatoes and skirmishing for wood. I'd prefer to have $1 in my pocket and buy what we need. Can't you use your brain and help me figure out a way to earn some money?" "I mean to pretty soon now, but I thought I had to go to school a few years yet," he said. "Of course you do," said Kate. "I must earn the money, but can't you help me think how?" "Sure," said Adam, sitting straight and seeming thoughtful. "But give me a little time. What could you do?" "I taught before I was married," said Kate. "But methods of teaching change, so I'd have to have a normal term to qualify for even this school. I could put you and Polly with Aunt Ollie this summer, but I wouldn't, not if we must freeze and starve together." "Because of Grandma?" asked the boy. Kate nodded. "I borrowed money to go once, and I could again, but I have been away from teaching so long, and I don't know what to do with you children. The thing I would like would be to find a piece of land somewhere, with a house, any kind of one, on it, and take it to rent. Land is about all I really know. Working for money would be of some interest. I am so dead tired working for potatoes. Sometimes I see them flying around in the air at night." "Do you know of any place you would like?" asked Adam. "No, I don't," said Kate, "but I am going to begin asking, and I'm going to keep my eyes open. I heard yesterday that Dr. James intends to build a new house. This house is nothing, but the lot is in the prettiest place in town. Let's sell it to him, and take the money, and buy us some new furniture and a cow and a team and a wagon and a buggy, and go on a piece of land and live like other people. Seems to me I'll die if I have to work for potatoes any longer. I'm heart sick of them. Don't say a word to anybody, but oh, Adam, think. Think hard. Can't you just help me think?" "You are sure you want land?" asked the boy. "It is all I know," said Kate. "How do you feel about it?" "I want horses, and cows, and pigs, lots of pigs, and sheep, and lots of white hens," said Adam promptly. "Get the spade and spade the onion bed until I think," said Kate. "And that reminds me, we didn't divide the sets last fall. Somebody will have to go after them." "I'll go," said Adam, "but it's awful early. It'll snow again. Let me go after school Friday and stay overnight. I'd like to go and stay overnight with Aunt Ollie. Grandma can't say anything to me that I'll listen to. You keep Polly and let me go alone." "Sure I can." "All right," said Kate. "Spade the bed and let it warm a day. It will be good for it. But don't tell Polly you're going, or she'll want to go along." Until Friday night, Kate and Adam went around in such a daze of deep thought that they stumbled and ran against each other, then came back to their affairs suddenly, looking at each other and smiling understandingly. After one of these encounters, Kate said to the boy, "You may not arrive at anything, Adam, but I certainly can't complain that you are not thinking." Adam grinned. "I'm not so sure that I haven't got it," he said. "Tell me quick and let me think, too," said Kate. "But I can't tell you yet," said Adam. "I have to find out something first." Friday evening he wanted to put off his trip until Saturday morning, so Kate agreed. She was surprised when he bathed and put on his clean shirt and trousers, but said not a word. She had made some study of child psychology. She thought making the trip alone was of so much importance to Adam that he was dressing for the occasion. She foresaw extra washing, yet she said nothing to stop the lad. She waved goodbye to him, thinking how sturdy and good-looking he was, as he ran out of the front door. Kate was beginning to be worried when Adam had not returned toward dusk Sunday evening, and Polly was cross and fretful. Finally, they saw him coming down the ravine bank, carrying his small bundle of sets. Kate felt a glow of relief. Polly ran to meet him. Kate watched as they met and saw Adam take Polly's hand. "If only they looked as much alike as some twins do, I'd be thankful," said Kate. Adam delivered the sets, said Aunt Ollie and Grandma were all right, that it was an awful long walk, and he was tired. Kate noticed that his feet were dust-covered, but his clothes were so clean, she said to him, "You didn't fish much." "I didn't fish any," said Adam. "Not like I always fish," he added. "Had any time to think?" asked Kate. "You just bet I did," said the boy. "I didn't waste a minute." "Neither did I," said Kate. "I know exactly what the prettiest lot in town can be sold for." "Good!" cried Adam. "Fine!" Monday, Kate wanted to get up early and stick the sets, but Adam insisted that Aunt Ollie said the sign would not be right until Wednesday. If they were stuck on Monday or Tuesday, they would all grow to top. "My goodness, I knew that," said Kate. "I am thinking so hard I'm losing what little sense I had. But anyway, mere thinking is doing me a world of good. I am beginning to feel a kind of rising joy inside, and I can't imagine anything else that makes it." Adam went to school, laughing. Kate did the washing and ironing, and worked in the garden getting beds ready. Tuesday she was at the same occupation, when about 10 o'clock she dropped her spade and straightened, a flash of perfect amazement crossing her face. She stood immovable, save for swaying forward in an attitude of tense listening. "Who? Who?" Kate ran across the yard, and as she turned the corner of the house, she saw a one-horse spring wagon standing before the gate, while a stiff, gaunt figure sat bolt upright on the seat, holding the lines. Kate was at the wheel looking up with a face of delighted amazement. "Why, Mother!" she cried. "Why, Mother!" "Go fetch a chair and help me down," said Mrs. Bates. "This seat is getting tarnation hard." Kate ran after a chair and helped her mother to alight. Mrs. Bates promptly took the chair on the sidewalk. "Just drop the thills," she said. "Lead him back and slip on the halter. It's there with his feed." Kate followed instructions, her heart beating wildly. Several times she ventured a quick glance at her mother. How she had aged! How lined and thin she was! But oh, how blessed good it was to see her! Mrs. Bates arose, and they walked into the house, where she looked keenly around, while her sharp eyes seemed to appraise everything as she sat down and removed her bonnet. "Go fetch me a drink," she said, "and take the horse one, and then I'll tell you why I came." "I don't care why you came," said Kate, "but oh, Mother, thank God you are here." Now, don't get het up," cautioned Mrs. Bates. "Water, I said." Kate hurried to obey orders. Then she sank on a chair and looked at her mother. Mrs. Bates wiped her face and settled in the chair comfortably. "They's no use to waste words," she said. "Katie, you're the only one in the family that has any sense, and sometimes you ain't got enough so's you could notice it without a magnifying glass. But even so, you're ahead of the rest of them. Katie, I'm sick and tired of the Neppleses and the Whistlers and being bossed by the whole endurin' Bates tribe. Sick and tired of it, so I just came after you." "Came after me?" repeated Kate stupidly. "Yes, Parrot, came after you," said Mrs. Bates. "I told you you'd no great amount of sense. I'm speakin' plain, ain't I? I don't see much here to hold you. I want you should throw a few traps, whatever you are beholden to, into the wagon. That's why I brought it. And come on home and take care of me the rest of my time. It won't be so long. I won't interfere much, nor be much bother. I've kept the place in order, but I'm about fashed. I won't admit it to the rest of them, but I don't seem to mind telling you, Katie, that I am almost winded. Will you come?" "Of course I will," said Kate, a tide of effulgent joy surging up in her heart until it almost choked her. "Of course I will, Mother. But my children, won't they worry you?" "Never having had a child about, I 'spect likely they may," said Mrs. Bates dryly. "Why, you little fool, I think likely it's the children I am pinin' for most, though I couldn't 'a' stood it much longer without you. Will you get ready and come with me today?" "Yes," said Kate, "if I can make it. There's very little here I care for. I can have the second-hand man give me what he will for the rest. And I can get a good price for the lot today, if I say so. Dr. James wants it to build on. I'll go and do the very best I can, and when you don't want me any longer, Adam will be bigger and we can look out for ourselves. Yes, I'll get ready at once if you want me to. Not much of a haggler, are you, Katy? Said Mrs. Bates. Why don't you ask what rooms you're to have, and what I'll pay you, and how much work you'll have to do, and if you take charge of the farm, and how we share up? Kate laughed. Mother, she said, I have been going to school here with the Master of Life for a teacher, and I've learned so many things that really count that I know now none of the things you mention are essential. You may keep the answers to all those questions. I don't care a cent about any of them. If you want me and want the children, all those things will settle themselves as we come to them. I didn't used to understand you, but we got well enough acquainted at Father's funeral, and I do now. Whatever you do will be fair, just, and right. I'll obey you, as I shall expect Adam and Polly to. Well, for land's sakes, Katy, said Mrs. Bates, life must have been welting it to you good and proper. I never expected to see you as meek as Moses. That Holt man wasn't big enough to beat you, was he? The ways in which he beat me no Bates would understand. I had 8 years of them, and I don't understand them yet. But I am so cooked with them that I shall be wild with joy if you truly mean for me to pack up and come home with you for a while. Oh, Lordy, Katy, said Mrs. Bates, this whipped-out, take-anything-anyway style ain't becomin' to a big, fine, upstanding woman like you. Hold up your head, child. Hold up your head, and say what you want and how you want it. Honestly, Mother, I don't want a thing on earth but to go home with you and do as you say for the next 10 years, said Kate. Stiffen up, cried Mrs. Bates. Stiffen up. Don't be no broken reed, Katy. I don't want you dependin' on me. I came to see if you would let me lean on you the rest of the way. I wa'n't figurin' that there was anything on this earth that could get you down. So's I was calculatin' you'd be the very one to hold me up. Since you seem to be feeling unaccountably weak in the knees, let's see if we can brace them a little. Livin' with Pa so long must kind of given me a tendency toward nussin' a deed. I've got one here I had executed 2 years ago, and I was a-comin' with it along about now, when a little bird told me to come today, so here I am. Take that, Katy. Mrs. Bates pulled a long, sealed envelope from the front of her dress and tossed it in Kate's lap. Mother, what is this? Asked Kate in a hushed voice. Well, if you'd rather use your ears than your eyes, it's all the same to me, said Mrs. Bates. The boys always had a mortal itchin' to get their fingers on the papers in the case. I can't say I don't like the difference, and I've given you every chance too, and you wouldn't demand. You wouldn't specify. Well, I'll just specify myself. I'm dead tired of the neighbors taking care of me, and all of the children stoppin' every time they pass, each one orderin' or insinuatin' according to their lights as to what I should do. I've always had a purty clear idea of what I wanted to do myself. Over 40 years I sided with Pa to keep the peace. Now I reckon I'm free to do as I like. That's my side. You can tell me yours now. Kate shook her head. I have nothing to say. Just as well, said Mrs. Bates. Rehashing don't do any good. Come back, and come today, but stiffen up. That paper you are holding is a warranty deed to the Home 200 to you and your children after you. You take possession today. There's money in the bank to paper and paint and make any little changes you'd like, such as cutting doors or windows different places, floor in the kitchen new, or the like. Take it and welcome. I got more'n enough to last me all my days. All I ask of you is my room, my food, and your company. Take the farm, and do what you pretty please with it. But, Mother, cried Kate, the rest of them. They'd tear me limb from limb. I don't dare take this. Oh, don't you? Asked Mrs. Bates. Well, I still stand for quite a bit at Bates Corners, and I say you will take that farm, and run it as you like. It is mine. I give it to you. We all know it wasn't your fault you lost your money, though it was a dose it took some of us a good long time to swallow. You are the only one out of your share. You settled things fine for the rest of them, and they all know it and feel it. You'll never know what you did for me the way you put me through Pa's funeral. Now, if you'll just shut up, and stick that deed somewhere it won't burn, and come home and plant me as successfully as you did Pa, you'll have earned all you'll get, and something coming. Now set us out a bite to eat, and let's be off. Kate slowly arose and handed back the deed. I'll be flying around so lively I might lose that, she said. You put it where you had it till we get to Hartley, and then I'll get a place in the bank vault for it. I can't quite take this in just yet, but you know I'll do my best for you, Mother. 'Tain't likely I'd be here else, said Mrs. Bates. And tea, Katy. A cup of good strong hot tea would fix me up about proper right now. Kate went to the kitchen and began setting everything she had to eat on the table. As she worked, Polly came flying in the door, crying, "Mother, who has come?" So Kate stepped toward the living room to show the child to her grandmother, and as she advanced she saw a queer thing. Adam was sitting on his grandmother's lap. Her arms were tight around him, her face buried in his crisp hair, and he was patting her shoulder and telling her he would take care of her, while her voice said distinctly, "Of course you will, Bertie." Then the lad and the old woman laid their heads together and laughed almost hysterically. "Well, if that isn't quick work," said Kate to herself. Then she presented Polly, who followed Adam's lead in hugging the stranger first and looking at her afterward. God bless all little children. Then Adam ran to tell the second-hand man to come at 1 o'clock, and Dr. James that he might have the keys at 3. They ate hurriedly. Kate set out what she wished to save. The children carried things to the wagon, she packed while they ran after their books, and at 3 o'clock all of them climbed into the spring wagon and started to Bates Corners. Kate was the last one in. As she climbed on the seat beside her mother and took the lines, she handed Mrs. Bates a small china mug to hold for her. It was decorated with a very fat robin, and on a banner floating from its beak was inscribed, "For a good girl." End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of A Daughter of the Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ashley Jane. A Daughter of the Land by Jean Stratton-Porter. Chapter 21. Life's Boomerang. As they drove into Hartley, Mrs. Bates drew forth the deed. "You were right about the bank being a safe place for this," she said. "I've had it round the house for 2 years, and it's a fair nervous thing to do. I wish I'd had a sense to put it there and come after you the day I made it. But there's no use crying over spilt milk, nor fussing with the grease spot it makes. Salt it down safely now, and when you get it done, being as this setting is fairly comfortable, take time to run into Harding's and pick up some Sunday school clothes for the children that will tally up with the rest of their relations. And get yourself a cheap frock or two that will spruce you up a bit till you have time to decide what you really want." Kate passed the lines to her mother and climbed from the wagon. She returned with her confidence partly restored and a new look on her face. Her mother handed her 2 dimes. "I can wait 5 minutes longer," she said. "Now get 2 nice oranges and a dime's worth of candy." Kate took the money and obeyed orders. She handed the packages to her mother as she climbed into the wagon and again took the lines, heading the horse toward the old familiar road. Her mother twisted around on the seat and gave each of the children an orange and a stick of candy. "There," she said, "go and spoil yourselves past redemption." Kate laughed. "But, Mother," she said, "you never did that for us." "Which ain't saying I never wanted to," said Mrs. Bates sourly. "You're a child only once in this world. It's a little too rough to strip childhood of everything. I ain't so certain Bates' ways are right, though for the rest of my time I'm going to fly in the face of all creation to prove it. If God lets me live a few years more, I want the faces around me a little less discontenteder than those I've been used to. If God Almighty spares me long enough, I lay out to make sure that Adam and Polly will squeeze out a tear or two for Granny when she is laid away." "I think you were right, Mother," said Kate. "It didn't cost anything, but we had a real pretty Christmas tree this year, and I believe we can do better next time. I want the children to love you, but don't buy them." "Well, I'd hardly call an orange and a stick of candy trafficking in affection," said Mrs. Bates. "They'll survive it without undermining their principles, I'll bound, or yours either, Katie. Let's make a beginning today. Let's work what is right and healthy a fair part of the day, and then each day, and Sunday especially, let's play and rest just as hard as we work. It's been all work and no play till we've been mighty dull boys at our house. I'm free to say that hanker for a change before I die." "Don't speak so often of dying," said Kate. "You're all right. You've been too much alone. You'll feel like yourself as soon as you get rested." "I guess I've been thinking about it too much," said Mrs. Bates. "I ain't been so well as I might, and not being used to it worries me. I got to buck up. The one thing I can't do is die, but I'm most tired enough to do it right now. I'll be glad when we get home." Kate drove carefully but as fast as she dared with her load. As they neared Bates Corner, the way became more familiar each mile. Kate forgot the children, forgot her mother, forgot 10 years of disappointment and failure, and began a struggle to realize what was happening to her now. The line slipped down, the horse walked slowly. The first thing she knew, big hot tears splashed on her hand. She gathered up the lines, drew a deep breath, and glanced at her mother, meeting her eye fairly. Katy tried to smile, but her lips were quivering. "Glad, Katy?" asked Mrs. Bates. Kate nodded. "Me too," said Mrs. Bates. They passed the orchard. "There's the house there, Polly!" cried Adam. "Why, Adam, how did you know the place?" asked Kate, turning. Adam hesitated a second. "Ain't you told us times a plenty about the house and the lilac and the snowball bush?" "Yes, and the cabbage roses," added Polly. "So I have," said Kate. "Mostly last winter when we were knitting. Yes, this will be home for all the rest of our lives. Isn't it grand? How will we ever thank grandmother? How will we ever be good enough to pay her?" Both children thought this a hint, so with one accord they arose and fell on Mrs. Bates's back and began to pay at once in coin of childhood. "There, there," said Kate, drawing them away as she stopped the horse at the gate. "There, there, you will choke grandmother." Mrs. Bates pushed Kate's arm down. "Mind your own business, will you?" she said. "I ain't so feeble that I can't speak for myself a while yet." In a daze Kate climbed down and ran to bring a chair to help her mother. The children were boisterously half eating Mrs. Bates up. She had both of them in her arms, with every outward evidence of enjoying the performance immensely. That was a very busy evening, for the wagon was to be unpacked, all of them were hungry, while the stock was to be fed and the milking done. Mrs. Bates and Polly attempted supper. Kate and Adam went to the barn, but they worked very hurriedly, for Kate could see how feeble her mother had grown. When at last the children were bathed and in bed, Kate and her mother sat on a little front porch to smell spring a few minutes before going to rest. Kate reached over and took her mother's hand. "There's no word I know in any language big enough to thank you for this, Mother," she said. "The best I can do is make each day as nearly a perfect expression of what I feel as possible." Mrs. Bates drew away her hand and used it to wipe her eyes, but she said with her usual terse perversity, "My, Kate, you're most as wordy as Agatha. I'm no glib tonguer, but I bet you $10 it'll hustle you some to be any gladder than I am." Kate laughed and gave up the thanks question. "Tomorrow we must get some onions in," she said. "Have you made any plans about the farm work for this year yet?" "No," said Mrs. Bates. "I was going to leave that till I decided whether I'd come after you this spring or wait until next. Since I decided to come now, I'll just leave your farm to you. Handle it as you please." "Mother, what will the children say?" implored Kate. "Humph! You're about as well acquainted with them as I am. Take a shot at it yourself. If it will avoid a fuss, we might just say you had come to stay with me and run the farm for me, and let them get used to your being here and bossing things by degrees, like the man that cut his dog's tail off an inch at a time so it wouldn't hurt so bad." "But by inches or at one fell swoop, it's going to hurt," said Kate. "Sometimes it seems to me," said Mrs. Bates, "that the more we get hurt in this world, the decenter it makes us. All the boys were hurt enough when Pa went, but every man of them has been a bigger, better man since. Instead of competing as they always did, Adam and Andrew and the older, before-handider ones took hold and helped the younger as you know them to, and it's done the whole family a world of good. One thing is funny. To hear Mary talk now, you'd think she'd engineered the plan herself. The boys are all thankful, and so are the girls. I leave it to you. Tell them or let them guess it by degrees. It's all one to me." "Tell me about Nancy Ellen and Robert," said Kate. "Robert stands head in heartily. He gets bigger and broader every year. He's better looking than a man has any business to be, and I hear the Hartley ladies give him plenty of encouragement in being stuck on himself, but I think he is true to Nancy Ellen, and his heart is all in his work. No children. That's a burning shame. Both of them feel it. In a way, and strictly between you and me, Nancy is a disappointment to me, and I doubt if she ain't been a mite of a one to him. He had a right to expect a good deal of Nancy Ellen. She had such a good brain, and a good body, and purty face. I may miss my guess, but it always strikes me that she falls short of what he expected of her. He's coined money, but she hasn't spent it in the ways he would. Likely I shouldn't say it, but he strikes me as being just a little mite too good for her." "Oh, Mother!" said Kate. "Now you looky here," said Mrs. Bates. "Suppose you was a man of Robert's brains and education and professional ability, and you made heaps of money, and no children came, and you had to see all you earned and stood for and did in a community spent on the selfishness of one woman. How big would you feel? What end is that for the ambition and life work of a real man? How would you like it?" "I never thought of such a thing," said Kate. "Well, mark my words, you will think of it when you see their home and her clothes and see them together," said Mrs. Bates. "She still loves pretty clothing so well?" asked Kate. "She is the best dressed woman in the county, and the best looking," said Mrs. Bates, "and that's all there is to her. I'm free to say with her chances I'm ashamed of what she has and hasn't made of herself. I'd rather stand in your shoes than hers this minute, Katie." "Does she know I'm here?" asked Kate. "Yes, I stopped and told her on my way out this morning," said Mrs. Bates. "I asked them to come for Sunday dinner, and they are coming." "Did you deliver the invitation by force?" asked Kate. "Now, none of your meddling," said Mrs. Bates. "I got what I went after, and that was all I wanted. I've told her and told her to come to see you during the last 3 years, and I know she wanted to come, but she just had that stubborn Bates streak in her that wouldn't let her change once her mind was made up. It did give us a purty severe jolt, Kate, having all that Bates money burn up." "I scarcely think it jolted any of you more than it did me," said Kate, dryly. "No, I reckon it didn't," said Mrs. Bates. "But there's no use hauling ourselves over the coals to go into that. It's past. You went out to face life bravely enough, and it throwed you a boomerang that cut a circle and brought you back where you started from. Our arrangements for the future are all made. Now it's up to us to live so that we get the most out of life for us and the children. Those are mighty nice children of yours, Kate. I take to that boy something amazing, and the girl is the nicest little old lady I've seen in many a day. I think we will like knitting and sewing together to the top of our bent." "My, but I'm glad you like them, Mother," said Kate. "They are all I've got to show for 10 years of my life." "Not by a long shot, Katie," said Mrs. Bates. "Life has made a real woman of you. I kept watching you today coming over, and I was prouder than Jehu of you. It's a debatable question whether you have thrown away your time and your money. I say you've got something to show for it that I wish to God the rest of my children had. I want you should brace your back and stiffen your neck and make things hum here. Get a carpenter first, fix the house the way it will be most convenient and comfortable, then paint and paper and get what new things you like, in reason, of course in reason. And then I want you should get all of us clothes so as there ain't a noticeable difference between us and the others when we come together here or elsewhere. Put in a telephone, they're mighty handy, and if you can scrape up a place. I washed in Nancy Ellen's tub a few weeks ago. I never was wet all over at once before in my life, and I'm just itching to try it again. I say, let's have it, if it knocks a fair-sized hole in a $500 bill. And if we had the telephone right now, we could call up folks and order what we want without ever budging out of our tracks. Go up ahead, Katie. I'll back you in anything you can think of. It won't hurt my feelings a mite if you can think of one or two things the rest of them haven't got yet. Can't you think of something that will lay the rest of them clear in the shade? I just wish you could. Now, I'm going to bed." Kate went with her mother, opened her bed, pulled out the pins and brushed her hair, drew the thin cover over her and blew out the light. Then she went past the bed on her way to the door, and stooping, she kissed her mother for the first time since she could remember. Then she lighted a lamp, hunted a big sheet of wrapping paper, and sitting down beside the living-room table, she drew a rough sketch of the house. For hours she pored over it, and when at last she went to bed, on the reverse of the sheet she had a drawing that was quite a different affair. Yet it was the same house with very few and easily made changes that a good contractor could accomplish in a short time. In the morning she showed these ideas to her mother, who approved all of them, but she showed disappointment visibly. "There's nothing but all the rest of them have," she said. "I thought you could think up some frills that would be new and different." "Well," said Kate, "would you want to go to the expense of setting up a furnace in the cellar? It would make the whole house toasty warm. It would keep the bathroom from freezing in cold weather, and make a better way to heat the water." "Now you're shouting!" cried Mrs. Bates. "That's it! But keep still. Don't you tell a soul about it. But go on and do it, Katie. Wade right in. What else can you think of?" "A brain specialist for you," said Kate. "I think myself this is enough for a start, but if you insist on more, there's a gas line passing us out there on the road. We could hitch on for a very reasonable sum and do away with lamps and cooking with wood." "Goody for you! That's it!" cried Mrs. Bates. "That's the very thing. Now brush up your hair your prettiest, and put on your new blue dress, and take the buggy, and you and Adam go see how much of this can be started today. Me and Polly will keep the house." In a month all of these changes had been made and were in running order. The painting was finished, new furniture in place, a fair start made on the garden, while a strong young hired man was not far behind Hiram with his ploughing. Kate was so tired she almost staggered, but she was so happy she arose each morning refreshed, and accomplished work enough for 3 average women before the day was over. She suggested to her mother that she use her money from the sale of the Walden home to pay for what furniture she had bought, and that none of the others could feel that they were entitled to any share in it at any time. Mrs. Bates thought that a good idea, so much ill will was saved among the children. They all stopped in passing. Some of them had sharp words to say, which Katy instantly answered in such a way that this was seldom tried twice. In 2 months the place was fresh, clean, convenient, and in good taste. All of them had sufficient suitable clothing, while the farm work had not been neglected enough to hurt the value of the crops. In the division of labor, Adam and the hired man took the barn and field work, Mrs. Bates and Polly the house, while Kate threw all her splendid strength wherever it was most needed. If a horse was sick, she went to the barn and doctored it. If the hay was going to get wet, she pitched hay. If the men had not time for the garden, she attended it and hoed the potatoes. For a change, everything went right. Mrs. Bates was happier than she had ever been before, taking the greatest interest in the children. They had lived for 3 years in such a manner that they would never forget it. They were old enough to appreciate what changes had come to them, and to be very keen about their new home and life. Kate threw herself into the dream of her heart with all the zest of her being. Always she had loved and wanted land. Now she had it. She knew how to handle it. She could make it pay as well as any Bates man, for she had man strength, and all her life she had heard men discuss and helped men apply man methods. There was a strong strain in her father's spirit of driving in Kate's blood. But her mother was so tired of it that whenever Kate had gone just so far, the older woman had merely to caution, "Now, now, Katie," to make Katie realize what she was doing and take a slower pace. All of them were well, happy, and working hard, but they also played at proper times and in convenient places. Kate and her mother went with the children when they finished in the meadow brook, or hunted wild flowers in the woods, for Polly's bed in the shade of the pear tree beside the garden. There were flowers in the garden now as well as vegetables. There was no work done on Sunday. The children always went to Sunday school and the full term of the district school at Bates Corners. They were respected, they were prosperous, they were finding a joy in life they never before had known, while life had taught them how to appreciate its good things as they achieved them. The first Christmas, Mrs. Bates and Kate made a Christmas tree from a small savine in the dooryard that stood where Kate wanted to set a flowering shrub she had found in the woods. Guided by the former year, and with a few dollars they decided to spend, these women made a real Christmas tree, with gifts and ornament, over which Mrs. Bates was much more excited than the children. Indeed, such is the perversity of the children that Kate's eyes widened and her mouth sagged when she heard Adam say in a half whisper to Polly, "This might be pretty, but gee, Polly, there'll never be another tree as pretty as ours last year." While Polly answered, "I was just thinking about it, Adam. Wasn't it the grandest thing?" The next Christmas Mrs. Bates advanced to a tree that reached the ceiling, with many candles, real ornaments, and an orange, a stocking of candy and nuts, and a doll for each girl, and a knife for each boy of her grandchildren, all of whom she invited for dinner. Adam sat at the head of the table, Mrs. Bates at the foot. The tiniest tots that could be trusted without their parents ranged on the dictionary and the Bible, of which the Bates family possessed a fat edition for birth records. No one had ever used it for any purpose until it served to lift Hiram's baby, Millie, on a level with her roast turkey and cranberry jelly. For a year before her party, Mrs. Bates planned for it. The tree was beautiful, the gifts amazing, the dinner, as Kate cooked and served it, a revelation, with its big center basket of red, yellow, and green apples, oranges, bananas, grapes, and flowers. None of them had ever seen a table like that. Then when dinner was over, Kate sat before the fire, and in her clear voice, with fine inflections, she read from the big book the story of the guiding star and the little children in the manger. Then she told stories, and they played games until 4 o'clock. And then Adam rolled all of the children into the big wagon bed mounted on the sled runners and took them home. Then he came back and finished the day. Mrs. Bates could scarcely be persuaded to go to bed. When at last Kate went to put out her mother's light and see that her feet were warm and her covers tucked, she found her crying. "Why, Mother!" exclaimed Kate in frank dismay. "Wasn't everything all right?" "I'm just so enduring mad," sobbed Mrs. Bates, "that I could a'most scream and throw things now. Here I am, close to the end of my string than anybody knows. Likely I'll not see another Christmas. I've lived the most of my life, and never knowed there was a time like that on earth to be had. there wasn't expense to it we couldn't easily have stood always. Now at the end of my tether I go and do this for my grandchildren. Between their little shining faces and me there kept coming all day the little sad disappointed faces of you and Nancy Ellen and Mary and Hannah and Adam and Andrew and Hiram and all the others. Ever since he went I've thought the one thing I couldn't do was to die and face Adam Bates. But today I haven't felt so scared of him. Seems to me he has got about as much to account for as I have." Kate stood breathlessly still, looking at her mother. Mrs. Bates wiped her eyes. "I ain't so mortal certain," she said, "that I don't open up on him and take the first word. I think likely I've been defrauded out of more that really counts in this world than he has. Ain't that little roly-poly of Hannah's too sweet? Seems like I'll hardly quit feeling her little sticky hands and her little hot mouth on my face when I die." And as she went out she whispered in my ear, "Do it again, Grandma. Oh, please do it again. And it's more likely I'll not get the chance, no matter how willing I am. Kate, I'm going to leave you what of my money is left. I haven't spent so much, and while you live here I wish each year you would have this same kind of a party and pay for it out of that money and call it Grandmother's Party. Will you?" "I surely will," said Kate. "And hadn't I better have all of them and put some little thing from you on the tree for them? You know how Hiram always was wild for cuff buttons, and Mary could talk by the hour about a handkerchief with lace on it, and Andrew never yet has got that copy of Aesop's Fables he always wanted. Shall I?" "Yes," said Mrs. Bates. "Oh, yes. And when you do it, Katie, if they don't chain me pretty close in on the other side, I think likely I'll be sticking around as near as I can get to you." Kate slipped a hot brick rolled in flannel to the cold old feet, and turning out the light she sat beside the bed and stroked the tired head until easy breathing told her that her mother was sound asleep. Then she went back to the fireplace, and sitting in the red glow she told Adam part of what her mother had said. Long after he was gone she sat gazing into the slowly greying coals, her mind busy with what she had not told. That spring was difficult for Kate. Day after day she saw her mother growing older, feebler, and frailer. And as the body failed, up flamed the wings of the spirit, carrying her on, each day keeping her alive when Kate did not see how it could be done. With all the force she could gather each day, Mrs. Bates struggled to keep going, denied that she felt badly, drove herself to try to help about the house and garden. Kate warned the remainder of the family what they might expect at any hour. But when they began coming in oftener, bringing little gifts and being unusually kind, Mrs. Bates endured a few of the visits in silence. Then she turned to Kate and said after her latest callers, "I wonder what in the name of all possessed ails the folks. Are they just itching to start my funeral? Can't they stay away until you send them word that the breath's out of my body?" "Mother, you shock me," said Kate. "They come because they love you. They try to tell you so with the little things they bring. Most people would think they were neglected if their children did not come to see them when they were not so well." "Not so well!" cried Mrs. Bates. "Folly! I am as well as I ever was. They needn't come snooping around trying to make me think I'm not. If they had done it all their lives, well and good. It's no time for them to begin being cotton-mouthed now." "Mother," said Kate, gently, "haven't you changed yourself? About things like Christmas, for example. Maybe your children are changing too. Maybe they feel that they have missed something they'd like to have from you and give back to you. Before it's too late. Just maybe," said Kate. Mrs. Bates sat bolt upright still, but her flashing eyes softened. "I hadn't just thought of that," she said. "I think it's more than likely." "Well, if it's that way, I suppose I've got to button up my lip and stand it. But it's about more than I can go when I know that the first time I lose my grip I'll land smash up against Adam Bates and my settlement with him." "Mother," said Kate, still more gently, "I thought we had it settled at the time Father went that each of you would be accountable to God not to know each other. I am a wanderer in darkness myself when it comes to talking about God, but this I know, He is somewhere and He is redeeming love. If Father has been in the light of His love all these years, He must have changed more, far more than you have. He'll understand now how wrong He was to force ways on you He knew you didn't think right. He'll have more to account to you for than you will ever to Him. And remember this only, neither of you is accountable save to your God." Mrs. Bates arose and walked to the door, drawn to full height, her head very erect. The world was at bloom time. The evening air was heavily sweet with lilacs, and the widely branching old apple trees of the dooryard were loaded with flowers. She stepped outside. Kate followed. Her mother went down the steps and down the walk to the gate. Kate kept beside her, in reach, yet not touching her. At the gate she gripped the pickets to steady herself as she stared long and unflinchingly at the red setting sun dropping behind a white wall of bloom. Then she slowly turned, life's greatest tragedy lining her face, her breath coming in short gasps. She spread her hands at each side as if to balance herself, her passing soul in her eyes, and looked at Kate. "Catherine Eleanor," she said slowly and distinctly, "I'm going now. I can't fight it off any longer. I confess myself. I burned those deeds, every one of them. Pa got himself a fire, but he had thrown them out of it. It was my chance. I took it. Are you going to tell them?" Kate was standing as tall and straight as her mother, her hands extended the same, but not touching her. "No," she said, "you were an instrument in the hands of God to right a great wrong. No, I shall never tell a soul while I live. In a minute God himself will tell you that you did what he willed you should." "Well, we will see about that right now," said Mrs. Bates, lifting her face to the sky. "Into thy hands, O Lord, into thy hands." Then she closed her eyes and ceased to breathe. Kate took her into her arms and carried her to bed. End of chapter 21. Recording by Ashley Jane.
Chapter 22 of A Daughter of the Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Daughter of the Land by Jean Stratton-Porter. Chapter 22. Somewhat of Polly. If the spirit of Mrs. Bates hovered among the bloom-whitened apple trees as her mortal remains were carried past the lilacs and cabbage-rose bushes through a rain of drifting petals, she must have been convinced that time had wrought one great change in the hearts of her children. They had all learnt to weep, while if the tears they shed were a criterion of their feelings for her, surely her soul must have been satisfied. They laid her away with simple ceremony, and then all of them went to their homes, except Nancy Ellen and Robert, who stopped in passing to learn if there was anything they could do for Kate. She was grieving too deeply for many words. None of them would ever understand the deep bond of sympathy and companionship that had grown to exist between her and her mother. She stopped at the front porch and sat down, feeling unable to enter the house with Nancy Ellen, who was deeply concerned over the lack of taste displayed in Agatha's new spring hat. When Kate could endure it no longer, she interrupted. "Why didn't all of them come?" "What for?" asked Nancy Ellen. "They had a right to know what mother had done," said Kate in a low voice. "But what was the use?" asked Nancy Ellen. "Adam had been managing the administrative business for mother, and paying her taxes with his. Of course, when she made a deed to you and had it recorded, they told him. All of us knew it for 2 years before she went after you. And the new furniture was bought with your money, so it's yours. What was there to have a meeting about?" "Mother didn't understand that you children knew," said Kate. "Sometimes I thought there were a lot of things mother didn't understand," said Nancy Ellen. "And sometimes I thought she understood so much more than any of the rest of us that all of us would have had a big surprise if we could have seen her brain." "Yes, I believe we would," said Kate. "Do you mind telling me how the boys and girls feel about this?" Nancy Ellen laughed shortly. "Well, the boys feel that you negotiated such a fine settlement of father's affairs for them that they owe this to you. The girls were pretty sore at first, and some of them are nursing their wrath yet, but there wasn't a thing on earth they could do. All of them were perfectly willing that you should have something after the fire, of course. Most of them thought mother went too far." "I think so myself," said Kate. "But she never came near me, or wrote me, or sent me even one word until the day she came after me. I had nothing to do with it." "All of us know that, Kate," said Nancy Ellen. "You needn't worry. We're all used to it, and we're all at the place where we have nothing to say." To escape grieving for her mother, Kate worked that summer as never before. Adam was growing big enough and strong enough to be a real help. He was interested in all they did, always after the reason and trying to think of a better way. Kate secured the best agricultural paper for him, and they read it nights together. They kept an account book and set down all they spent, and balanced against it all they earned, putting the difference, which was often more than they hoped for, in the bank. So the years ran. As the children grew older, Polly discovered that the nicest boy in school lived across the road 1/2 mile north of them, while Adam, after a real struggle in his loyal twin soul, aided by the fact that Henry Peters usually had divided his apples with Polly before Adam reached her, discovered that Milly York, across the road 1/2 mile south, liked his apples best, and was as nice a girl as Polly ever dared to be. In a dazed way, Kate learnt these things from their after-school and Sunday talk, saw that they nearly reached her shoulder, and realized that they were 16. So quickly the time goes when people are busy, happy, and working together. At least Kate and Adam were happy, for they were always working together. By tacit agreement, they left Polly the easy housework, and went themselves to the fields to wrestle with the rugged work of a farm. They thought they were shielding Polly, teaching her a woman's real work, and being kind to her. Polly thought they were together because they liked to be, doing the farm work because it suited them better, while she had known from babyhood that for some reason her mother did not care for her as she did for Adam. She thought at first that it was because Adam was a boy. Later, when she noticed her mother watching her every time she started to speak, and interrupted with the never-failing caution, "Now be careful. Think before you speak. Are you sure?" She wondered why this should happen to her always, to Adam never. She asked Adam about it, but Adam did not know. It never occurred to Polly to ask her mother. While Kate was so uneasy, it never occurred to her that the child would notice, or what she would think. The first time Polly deviated slightly from the truth, she and Kate had had a very terrible time. Kate felt fully justified, the child astonished and abused. Polly arrived at the solution of her problem slowly. As she grew older, she saw that her mother, who always was charitable to everyone else, was repelled by her grandmother, while she loved Aunt Ollie. Older still, Polly realized that she was a reproduction of her grandmother. She had only to look at her to see this. Her mother did not like her grandmother. Maybe mother did not like her as well as Adam, because she resembled her grandmother. By the time she was 16, Polly had arrived at a solution that satisfied her as to why her mother liked Adam better, and always left her alone in the house to endless cooking, dishwashing, sweeping, dusting, washing, and ironing, while she hoed potatoes, pitched hay, or sheared sheep. Polly thought the nicer way would have been to do the housework together, and then go to the fields together. But she was a good soul, so she worked alone and brooded in silence, and watched up the road for a glimpse of Henry Peters, who liked to hear her talk, and to whom it mattered not a mite that her hair was lustreless, her eyes steel-coloured, and her nose like that of a woman he never had seen. In her way, Polly admired her mother, loved her, and worked until she was almost dropping for Kate's scant, infrequent words of praise. So Polly had to be content in the kitchen. One day, having finished her work 2 hours before dinner-time, she sauntered to the front gate. How strange that Henry Peters should be at the end of the field, joining their land. When he waved, she waved back. When he climbed the fence, she opened the gate. They met halfway under the bloomful shade of a red haw. Henry wondered who 2 men he had seen leaving the Holt gate were, and what they wanted, but he was too polite to ask. He merely hoped they did not annoy her. Oh no, they were only some men to see mother about some business, but it was most kind of him to let her know he was looking out for her. She got so lonely. Mother never would let her go to the fields with her. Of course not. The fields were no place for such a pretty girl. There was enough work in the house for her. His sister should not work in the field, if he had a sister, and Polly should not work there if she belonged to him. No, siree! Polly looked at Henry with shining young girl eyes, and when he said she was pretty, her blue-grey eyes softened, her cheeks pinked up. The sun put light in her hair nature had failed to, and lo and behold, the marvel was wrought. Plain little Polly became a thing of beauty. She knew it instantly, because she saw herself in Henry Peters' eyes. And Henry was so amazed when this wonderful transformation took place in little Polly, right under the red haw tree, that his own eyes grew big and tender, his cheeks flooded with red blood, his heart shook him, and he drew to full height, and became possessed of an overwhelming desire to dance before Polly, and sing to her. He grew so splendid, Polly caught her breath, and then she smiled on him a very wondering smile over the great discovery. And Henry grew so bewildered he forgot either to dance or sing a preliminary. He just merely reached out and gathered Polly in his arms, and held her against him, and stared down at her wonderful beauty opening right out under his eyes. "Little Beautiful," said Henry Peters in a hushed, choking voice. "Little Beautiful." Polly looked up at him. She was every bit as beautiful as he thought her, while he was so beautiful to Polly that she gasped for breath. How did he happen to look as he did, right under the red haw, in broad daylight? He had been hers, of course, ever since, shy and fearful, she had first entered Bates Corners School, and found courage in his broad, encouraging smile. Now she smiled on him, the smile of possession that was in her heart. Henry instantly knew she always had belonged to him, so he grasped her closer and bent his head. When Henry went back to the plough, and Polly ran down the road with the joy of the world surging in her heart and brain, she knew that she was going to have to account to her tired, busy mother for being half an hour late with dinner. And he knew he was going to have to explain to an equally tired father why he was 4 furrows short of where he should be. He came to book first and told the truth. He had seen some men go to the Holts. Polly was his little chum, and she was always alone all summer, so he just walked that way to be sure she was safe. His father looked at him quizzically. "So that's the way the wind blows," he said. "Well, I don't know where you could find a nicer little girl or a better worker. I'd always hoped you'd take to Milly York. But Polly is better. She can work 3 of Milly down. Awful plain, though." This sacrilege came while Henry's lips were tingling with their first kiss, and his heart was drunken with the red wine of innocent young love. "Why, Dad, you're crazy!" he cried. "There isn't another girl in the whole world as pretty and sweet as Polly. Milly York? She can't hold a candle to Polly. Besides, she's been Adam's as long as Polly has been mine." "God bless my soul!" cried Mr. Peters. "How these youngsters do run away with us!" "And are you the most beautiful young man at Bates Corners, Henry?" "I'm beautiful enough that Polly will put her arms around my neck and kiss me anyway," blurted Henry. "So you and Ma can get ready for a wedding as soon as Polly says the word. I'm ready now." "So am I," said Mr. Peters. "And from the way Ma complains about the work I and you boys make her, I don't think she would object to a little help. Polly is a good, steady worker." Polly ran, but she simply could not light the fire, set the table, and get things cooked on time, while everything she touched seemed to spill or slip. She could not think what or how to do the usual, for the very good reason that Henry Peters was a prince and a knight and a lover and a sweetheart and her man. She had just agreed to all this with her soul less than an hour ago, under the red haw. No wonder she was late. No wonder she spilled and smeared, and red of face, she blundered and bungled for the first time in her life. Then in came Kate. She must lose no time. The corn must be finished before it rained. She must hurry. For the first time dinner was late, while Polly was messing like a perfect little fool. Kate stepped in and began to right things with practised hand. Disaster came when she saw Polly at the well take an instant from bringing in the water to wave in the direction of the Peters farm. As she entered the door, Kate swept her with a glance. "Have to upset the bowl as usual," she said scathingly. "Just as I think you're going to make something of yourself and be of some use, you begin mooning in the direction of that big, gangling Hank Peters. Don't you ever let me see you do it again. You are too young to start that kind of foolishness. I bet a cow he was hanging around here and made you late for dinner." "He did not! He didn't either!" cried Polly, then stopped in dismay, her cheeks burning. She gulped and went on bravely. "That is, he wasn't here, and he didn't make me late any more than I kept him from his work. He always watches when there are tramps and peddlers on the road, because he knows I'm alone. I knew he would be watching, 2 men who stopped to see you. So I just went as far as the haw tree to tell him I was all right, and we got to talking." If only Kate had been looking at Polly then, but she was putting the apple, butter, and cream on the table. As she did so, she thought possibly it was a good idea to have Henry Peters seeing that tramps did not frighten Polly. So she missed dawn on the face of her child, and instead of what might have been, she said, "Well, I must say that is neighbourly of him. But don't you dare let him get any foolish notions in his head. I think Aunt Nancy Ellen will let you stay at her house after this, and go to the Hartley High School in winter, so you can come out of it much better prepared to teach than I ever was. I had a surprise planned for you tonight, but now I don't know whether you deserve it or not. I'll have to think." Kate did not think at all. After the manner of parents, she said that, but her head was full of something she thought vastly more important just then. Of course Polly should have her share in it. Left alone to wash the dishes and cook supper while her mother went into town, it was Polly who did the thinking. She thought entirely too much, thought bitterly, thought disappointedly, and finally thought resentfully, and then, alas, Polly thought deceitfully. Her mother had said, "Never let me see you." Very well. She would be extremely careful that she was not seen. But before she slept, she rather thought she would find a way to let Henry know how she was being abused, and about that plan to send her away all the long winter to school. She rather thought Henry would have something to say about how his little beautiful was being treated. Here Polly looked long and searchingly in the mirror to see if by any chance Henry was mistaken, and she discovered he was. She stared in amazement at that pink-cheeked, shining-eyed girl she saw mirrored. She pulled her hair looser around the temples and drew her lips over her teeth. Surely Henry was mistaken. Little Beautiful was too moderate. She would see that he said perfectly lovely the next time. And he did. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of A Daughter of the Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ashley Jane. A Daughter of the Land by Jean Stratton-Porter. Chapter 23. Kate's Heavenly Time. One evening Kate and Polly went to the front porch to rest until bedtime and found a shining big new trunk sitting there, with Kate's initials on the end, her name on the check tag, and a key in the lock. They unbuckled the straps, turned the key, and lifted the lid. That trunk contained underclothing, hose, shoes, 2 hats, a travelling dress with half a dozen extra waists, and an afternoon and an evening dress, all selected with a special reference to Kate's colouring, and made 1 size larger than Nancy Ellen wore, which fitted Kate perfectly. These were gloves, a parasol, and a note which read: "Dear Kate, here are some clothes. I'm going to go north a week after harvest. You can be spared then as well as not. Come on, let's run away and have one good time all by ourselves. It is my treat from start to finish. The children can manage the farm perfectly well. Any one of her cousins will stay with Polly if she will be lonely. Cut loose and come on, Kate. I am going. Of course Robert couldn't be pried away from his precious patients. We will have to go alone, but we do not care. We like it. Shall we start about the 10th on the night train, which will be cooler? Nancy Ellen. "We shall," said Kate emphatically, when she finished the note. "I haven't cut loose and had a good time since I was married, not for 18 years. If the children are not big enough to take care of themselves, they never will be. I can go as well as not." She handed the note to Polly, while she took out dresses and gloated over the contents of the trunk. "Of course you shall go," shouted Polly as she finished the note, but even as she said it she glanced obliquely up the road and waved a hand behind her mother's back. "Sure you shall go," cried Adam when he finished the note and sat beside the trunk seeing all the pretty things over again. "You just bet you shall go. Polly and I can keep house fine. We don't need any cousins hanging around. I'll help Polly with her work, and then we'll lock the house and she can come out with me. Sure you go. We'll do all right." Then he glanced obliquely down the road where a slim little figure in white moved under the cherry trees of the York front yard, aimlessly knocking croquet balls here and there. It was 2 weeks until time to go, but Kate began taking care of herself at once, solely because she did not want Nancy Ellen to be ashamed of her. She rolled her sleeves down to meet her gloves and used a sunbonnet instead of a sunshade. She washed and brushed her hair with care she had not used in years. By the time the 10th of July came she was in very presentable condition, while the contents of the trunk did the remainder. As she was getting ready to go, she said to Polly, "Now do your best while I'm away, and I am sure I can arrange with Nancy Ellen about school this winter. When I get back, the very first thing I shall do will be to go to Hartley and buy some stuff to begin on your clothes. You shall have as nice dresses as the other girls, too. Nancy Ellen will know exactly what to get you." But she never caught a glimpse of Polly's flushed, dissatisfied face, or the tightening of her lips that would have suggested to her, had she seen them, that Miss Polly felt perfectly capable of selecting the clothes she was to wear herself. Adam took his mother's trunk to the station in the afternoon. In the evening she held Polly on her knee while they drove to Dr. Gray's. Kate thought the children would want to wait and see them take the train, but Adam said that would make them very late getting home. They had better leave that to Uncle Robert and go back soon. So very soon they were duly kissed and unduly cautioned, then started back down a side street that would not even take them through the heart of the town. Kate looked after them approvingly. "Pretty good youngsters," she said. "I told them to go and get some ice cream, but you see they are saving the money and heading straight home." She turned to Robert. "Can anything happen to them?" she asked, in evident anxiety. "Rest in peace, Kate," laughed the doctor. "You surely know that those youngsters are going to be 18 in a few weeks. You've reared them carefully. Nothing can or will happen to them that would not happen right under your nose if you were at home. They will go from now on according to their inclinations." Kate looked at him sharply. "What do you mean by that?" she demanded. He laughed. "Nothing serious," he said. "Polly is half Bates, so she will marry in a year or two, while Adam is all Bates, so he will remain steady as a rock of ages and strictly on the job. Go have your good time, and if I possibly can, I'll come after you." "You'll do nothing of the kind," said Nancy Ellen with finality. "You wouldn't leave your patients, and you couldn't leave dear Mrs. Southey." "If you feel that way about it, why do you leave me?" he asked. "To show the little fool I'm not afraid of her, for one thing," said Nancy Ellen with her head high. She was very beautiful in her smart travelling dress, while her eyes flashed as she spoke. The doctor looked at her approvingly. "Good!" he cried. "I like a plucky woman. Go to have a good time, Nancy Ellen, but don't go for that. I do wish you would believe that there isn't a thing the matter with the little woman. She's—" "I can go even further than that," said Nancy Ellen dryly. "I know there isn't a thing the matter with the little woman, except that she wants you to look as if you were running after her. I'd be safe in wagering $1,000 that when she hears I'm gone, she will send for you before tomorrow evening." "You may also wager this," he said. "If she does, I shall be very sorry, but I'm on my way to the country on an emergency call. Nancy Ellen, I wish you wouldn't." "Wouldn't go north, or wouldn't see what every other living soul in Hartley sees?" she asked curtly. Then she stepped inside to put on her hat and gloves. Kate looked at the doctor in dismay. "Oh, Robert," she said. "I give you my word of honor, Kate," he said. "If Nancy Ellen only would be reasonable, the woman would see shortly that my wife is all the world to me. I never have been and never shall be untrue to her. Does this satisfy you?" "Of course," said Kate. "I'll do all in my power to talk Nancy Ellen out of that, on this trip. Oh, if she only had children to occupy her time!" "That's the whole trouble in a nutshell," said the doctor. "But you know there isn't a scarcity of children in the world. Never a day passes but I see half a dozen who need me sorely. But with Nancy Ellen no child will do unless she mothers it, and unfortunately none comes to her." "Too bad," said Kate. "I'm so sorry." "Cheer her up if you can," said the doctor. An hour later they were speeding north, Nancy Ellen moody and distraught. Kate as frankly delighted as any child. The spring work was over, the crops were fine. Adam would surely have the premium wheat to take to the county fair in September. He would work unceasingly for his chance with corn. He and Polly would be all right. She could see Polly waiting in the stable yard while Adam unharnessed and turned out the horse. Kate kept watching Nancy Ellen's discontented face. At last she said, "Cheer up, child. There isn't a word of truth in it." "I know it," said Nancy Ellen. "Then why take the way of all the world to start and keep people talking?" asked Kate. "I'm not doing a thing on earth but attending strictly to my own business," said Nancy Ellen. "That's exactly the trouble," said Kate. "You're not. You let the little heifer have things all her own way. If it were my man and I loved him as you do Robert Gray, you can stake your life I should be doing something, several things, in fact." "This is interesting," said Nancy Ellen. "For example?" Kate had not given such a matter a thought. She looked from the window a minute, her lips firmly compressed. Then she spoke slowly. "Well, for one thing, I should become that woman's bosom companion. About 7 times a week I should uncover her most aggravating weakness all unintentionally before the man in the case, at the same time keeping myself, strictly myself. I should keep steadily on doing and being what he first fell in love with. Lastly, since 18 years have brought you no fulfillment in the desire of your heart, I should give it up and content myself and delight him by taking into my heart and home a couple of the most attractive tiny babies I could find. 2 are scarcely more trouble than 1. You could have all the help you will accept. The children would never know the difference if you took them as babies, and soon you wouldn't either, while Robert would be delighted. If I were you, I'd give myself something to work for besides myself, and I'd give him so much to think about at home that charming young grass widows could go to grass." "I believe you would," said Nancy Ellen wonderingly. "I believe you would." "You're might right I would," said Kate. "If I were married to a man like Robert Gray, I'd fight tooth and nail before I'd let him fall below his high ideals. It's as much your job to keep him up as it is his to keep himself. If God didn't make him a father, I would, and I'd keep him busy on the job if I had to adopt 16. Nancy Ellen laughed as they went to their berths. The next morning they awakened in cool Michigan country and went speeding north among evergreen forests and clear lakes mirroring the pointed forest tops and blue sky, past slashing, splashing streams in which they could almost see the speckled trout darting over the beds of white sand. By late afternoon they had reached their destination and were in their rooms, bathed, dressed, and ready for the dinner hour. In the evening they went walking, coming back to the hotel tired and happy. After several days they began talking to people and making friends, going out in fishing and boating parties in the morning, driving or boating in the afternoon, and attending concerts or dances at night. Kate did not dance, but she loved to see Nancy Ellen when she had a sufficiently tall, graceful partner, while as she watched the young people and thought how innocent and happy they seemed, she asked her sister if they could not possibly arrange for Adam and Polly to go to Hartley a night or 2 a week that winter and join the dancing class. Nancy Ellen was frankly delighted, so Kate cautiously skirted the school question in such a manner that she soon had Nancy Ellen asking if it could not be arranged. When that was decided, Nancy Ellen went to dance while Kate stood on the veranda watching her. The lights from the window fell strongly on Kate. She was wearing her evening dress of smoky gray soft fabric over shining silk, with knots of dull blue velvet and gold lace here and there. She had dressed her hair carefully. She appeared what she was, a splendid specimen of healthy, vigorous, clean womanhood. "Pardon me, Mrs. Holt," said a voice at her elbow, "but there's only one head in this world like yours, so this, of course, must be you." Kate's heart leapt and stood still. She turned slowly, then held out her hand, smiling at John Jardine, but saying not a word. He took her hand, and as he gripped it tightly, he studied her frankly. "Thank God for this," he said fervently. "For years I've dreamed of you and hungered for the sight of your face, but you cut me off squarely, so I dared not intrude on you. Only the Lord knows how delighted I am to see you here, looking like this." Kate smiled again. "Come away," he begged. "Come out of this. Come walk a little way with me and tell me who you are and how you are, and all the things I think of every day in my life, and now I must know. It's brigandage. Come, or I shall carry you." "Pooh! You couldn't," laughed Kate. "Of course I'll come. And I don't own a secret. Ask anything you want to know. How good it is to see you. Your mother—" "At rest, years ago," he said. "She never forgave me for what I did, in the way I did it. She said it would bring disaster, and she was right. I thought it was not fair and honest to let you know the worst. I thought I was too old and too busy and too flourishing to repair neglected years at that date. But believe me, Kate, you waked me up. Try the hardest one you know, and if I can't spell it, I'll pay 1,000 to your pet charity." Kate laughed spontaneously. "Are you in earnest?" she asked. "I am incomprehensibly, immeasurably in earnest," he said, guiding her down a narrow path to a shrub-enclosed, railed-in platform, built on the steep side of a high hill, where they faced the moon-whitened waves, rolling softly in a dancing procession across the face of the great inland sea. Here he found a seat. "I've nothing to tell," he said. "I lost my mother, so I went on without her. I learned to spell and a great many other things, and I'm still making money. I never forget you for a day. I never have loved and never shall love any other woman. That's all about me, in a nutshell. Now go on and tell me a volume. Tell me all night about you. Heavens, woman, I wish you could see yourself in that dress with the moon on your hair. Kate, you are the superbest thing. I always shall be mad about you. If only you could have had a little patience with me. I thought I couldn't learn, but of course I could. But proceed. I mustn't let myself go." Kate leaned back and looked a long time at the shining white waves and the deep blue sky. Then she turned to John Jardine and began to talk. She told him simply a few of the most presentable details of her life: how she had lost her money, then had been given her mother's farm, about the children, and how she now lived. He listened with deep interest, often interrupting to ask a question, and when she ceased talking, he said half under his breath, "And you're now free. Oh, the wonder of it! You're now free." Kate had that night to think about the remainder of her life. She always sincerely hoped that the moonlight did not bewitch her into leading the man beside her into saying things he seemed to take delight in saying. She had no idea what time it was. In fact, she did not even care what Nancy Ellen thought, or whether she would worry. The night was wonderful. John Jardine had now made a man of himself, worthy of all consideration. Being made love to by him was enchanting. She had been occupied with the stern business of daily bread for so long that to be again clothed as other women and frankly adored by such a man as John Jardine was soul-satisfying. What did she care who worried or what time it was? "But I'm keeping you here until you'll be wet with these mists," John Jardine cried at last. "Forgive me, Kate. I never did have any sense where you were concerned. I'll take you back now, but you must promise me to meet me here in the morning, say at 10 o'clock. I'll take you back now, if you'll agree to that." "There's no reason why I shouldn't," said Kate. "And you're free." "Free!" he repeated. The veranda, halls, and ballroom were deserted when they returned to the hotel. As Kate entered her room, Nancy Ellen sat up in bed and stared at her sleepily, but she was laughing in high good humour. She drew her watch from under her pillow and looked at it. "Good gracious, miss!" she cried. "Do you know it's almost 3 o'clock?" "I couldn't care in the least," said Kate, "if it's 4 or 5. I've had a perfectly heavenly time. Don't talk to me. I'll put out the light and be quiet as soon as I get my dress off. I think likely I've ruined it." "What's the difference?" demanded Ellen largely. "You can ruin half a dozen a day now, if you want to." "What do you mean?" asked Kate. "Mean?" laughed Nancy Ellen. "I mean that I saw John Jardine or his ghost come up to you on the veranda looking as if he'd eat you alive and carry you away about 9 o'clock, and you've been gone 6 hours and come back having a perfectly heavenly time. What should I mean? Go up ahead, Kate. You have earned your right to a good time. It isn't everybody who gets a second chance in this world. Tell me one thing, and I'll go to sleep in peace and leave you to moon the remainder of the night if you like. Did he say he still loved you?" "Still and yet," laughed Kate, As I remember, his exact words were that he never had loved and never would love any other woman. Now are you satisfied?" Nancy Ellen sprang from the bed and ran to Kate. Gathering her in her strong arms, she hugged and kissed her ecstatically. "Good! Good! Oh, you darling!" she cried. "There'll be nothing in the world you can't have. I just know he had gone on making money. He was crazy about you. Oh, Kate, this is too good. How did I ever think of coming here, and why didn't I think of it 7 years ago? Kate, you must promise me you'll marry him before I let you go." "I'll promise to think about it," said Kate, trying to free herself, for despite the circumstances and the hour, her mind flew back to 1,000 times when only one kind word from Nancy Ellen would have saved her endless pain. It was endless, for it was burning in her heart that instant. At the prospect of wealth, position, and power, Nancy Ellen could smother her with caresses, but poverty, pain, and disgrace she had endured alone. "I shan't let you go till you promise," threatened Nancy Ellen. "When are you to see him again?" "This morning," said Kate. "You'd better let me get to bed, or I'll look a sight." "Then promise," said Nancy Ellen. Kate laid firm hands on the encircling arms. "Now look here," she said shortly. "It's about time to stop this nonsense. There's nothing I can promise you. I must have time to think. I've got not only myself but the children to think for, and I've only got till 10 o'clock, so I'd better get at it." Kate's tone made Nancy Ellen step back. "Kate, you haven't still got that letter in your mind, have you?" she demanded. "No," laughed Kate, "I haven't. He offered me $1,000 if I could pronounce him a word he couldn't spell, and it's perfectly evident he's studied until he is exactly like anybody else. No, it's not that." "Then what is it?" "Simpleton, there was nothing else," cried Nancy Ellen. "Not so much at that time, but this is nearly 20 years later, and I have the fate of my children in my hands. I wish you'd go to bed and let me think," said Kate. "Yes, and the longer you think, the crazier you will act," cried Nancy Ellen. "I know you. You'd better promise me now, and stick to it." For answer Kate turned off the light, but she did not go to bed. She sat beside the window, and she was still sitting there when dawn crept across the lake and began to lighten the room. Then she stretched herself beside Nancy Ellen, who roused and looked at her. "You just coming to bed?" she cried in wonder. "At least you can't complain that I didn't think," said Kate, but Nancy Ellen found no comfort in what she said, or the way she said it. In fact, she arose when Kate did, feeling distinctly sulky. As they returned to their room from breakfast, Kate laid out her hat and gloves, and began to get ready to keep her appointment. Nancy Ellen could endure the suspense no longer. "Kate," she said in her gentlest tones, "if you have no mercy on yourself, have some on your children. You have no right, positively no right, to take such a chance away from them." "Chance for what?" asked Kate tersely. "Education, travel, leisure, every opportunity in the world," enumerated Nancy Ellen. Kate was handling her gloves, her forehead wrinkled, her eyes narrowed in concentration. "That is one side of it," she said. "The other is that neither my children nor I have in our blood, breeding, or mental cosmos the backgrounds it takes to make one happy with money in unlimited quantities. So far as I am concerned personally, I am happier this minute as I am than John Jardine's money could ever make me. I had a fierce struggle with that question long ago. Since I have had nearly 8 years of life I love, that is good for my soul, the struggle to leave it would be greater now. Polly would be happier and get more from life as the wife of big gangling Henry Peters than she would as a millionaire's daughter. She'd be very suitable in a farmhouse parlour. She'd be a ridiculous little figure at a ball. As for Adam, he'd turn this down quick and hard." "Just you try him!" cried Nancy Ellen. "For one thing, he won't be here at 10 o'clock," said Kate, "and for another, since it involves my becoming the wife of John Jardine, it isn't for Adam to decide. This decision is strictly my own. I merely mention the children because if I married him it would have an inevitable influence on their lives, an influence that I don't in the least covet either for them or for myself. Nancy Ellen, can't you remotely conceive of such a thing as one human being in the world who isn't satisfied that he has his share, and who believes to the depths of his soul that no man should be allowed to amass and to use for his personal indulgence the amount of money that John Jardine does?" "Yes, I can," cried Nancy Ellen. "When I see you and the way you act, you have chance after chance, but you seem to think that life requires of you a steady job of holding your nose to the grindstone. It was rather stubby to begin with. Go on and grind it clear off your face if you like." "All right," said Kate. Then I'll tell you definitely that I have no particular desire to marry anybody. I like my life immensely as I am living it. I'm free, independent, and my children are in the element to which they were born, and why they can live naturally and spend their lives helping in the great work of feeding, clothing, and housing their fellow men. I have no desire to leave my job or take from theirs to start a lazy, shiftless life of self-indulgence. I don't meddle much with the Bible, but I have a profound belief in it, and a large respect for it as the greatest book in the world, and it says, 'By the sweat of his brow shall man earn his bread,' or words to that effect. I was born a sweater. I should go on sweating until I die. I refuse to begin perspiring at my time of life." "You big fool!" cried Nancy Ellen. "Look out! You're in danger of hell fire when you call me that," warned Kate. "Fire away!" cried Nancy Ellen, with tears in her eyes and voice. "When I think what you've gone through—" "What do you know about what I've gone through?" she demanded in a cold, even voice. "Personally, I think you're not qualified to mention the subject. You'd better let it rest. Whatever it is, it's been of such a nature that I've come out of it knowing when I have my share and when I'm well off for me. If John Jardine wants to marry me and will sell all he has and come and work on the farm with me, I'll consider marrying him. To leave my life and what I love to go to Chicago with him, I do not feel called on or inclined to do. No, I'll not marry him. In about 15 minutes I'll tell him so." "And go on making a mess of your life, such as you did for years," said Nancy Ellen, drying her red eyes. "At least it was my life," said Kate. "I didn't mess things for anyone else." "Except your children," said Nancy Ellen. "As you will," said Kate, rising. "I'll not marry John Jardine, and the sooner I tell him so and get it over, the better. Good bye. I'll be back in half an hour." Kate walked slowly to the observation platform where she had been the previous evening with John Jardine, and leaning on the rail she stood looking out over the water and down the steep declivity, thinking how best she could word what she had to say. She was so absorbed she did not hear steps behind her or turn until a sharp voice said, "You needn't wait any longer. He's not coming." Kate turned and glanced at the speaker and then around to make sure she was the person being addressed. She could see no one else. The woman was small, light-haired, her face enamelled, dressed beyond all reason, and in a manner wholly out of place for morning at a summer resort in Michigan. "If you were speaking to me, will you kindly tell me to whom you refer, and give me the message you bring?" said Kate. "I refer to Mr. John Jardine, Mrs. Holt," said the little woman, and then Kate saw that she was shaking and gripping her hands for self-control. "Very well," said Kate. "It will save me an unpleasant task if he doesn't come. Thank you," and she turned back to the water. "You certainly didn't find anything unpleasant about being with him half last night," said the little woman. Kate turned again and looked down at the speaker. Then she laughed heartily. "Well done, Jenny!" she cried. "Why, you are such a fashionable lady, such as Dolly Varden. I never saw who you were. How do you do? Why don't you sit down and have a chat? It's just dawning on me that very possibly from your dress and manner I should have called you Mrs. Jardine." "Didn't he tell you?" cried Jenny. "He did not," said Kate. "Your name was not mentioned. He said no word about being married. We have been married since a few weeks after Mrs. Jardine died. I taught him the things you turned him down for not knowing. I have studied him and waited on him and borne his children, and this is my reward. What are you going to do?" "Go back to the hotel when I have finished with this view," said Kate. "I find it most attractive by day as it was by night." "Brazen!" cried Mrs. Jardine. "Choose your words carefully," said Kate. "I was here first. Since you have delivered your message, suppose you go and leave me to my view." "Not till I get ready," said Mrs. Jardine. "Perhaps it will help you to know that I was not 20 feet from you at any time last night, and that I stood where I could have touched you, while my husband made love to you for hours." "So?" said Kate. "I'm not at all surprised. That's exactly what I should have expected of you. But doesn't it clarify the situation any, at least for me, when I tell you that Mr. Jardine gave me no faintest hint that he was married? If you heard all we said, you surely remember that you were not mentioned." Mrs. Jardine sat down suddenly and gripped her little hands. Kate studied her intently. She wondered what she would look like when her hair was being washed. At this thought she smiled broadly. That made the other woman frantic. "You can well laugh at me," she said. "I made the banner fall of the ages of myself when I schemed to marry him. I knew he loved you. He told me so. He told me just as he told you last night, that he never had loved any other woman and he never would. I thought he didn't know himself as I knew him. He was so grand to his mother. I thought if I taught him and helped him back to self-respect and gave him children, he must and would love me. Well, I was mistaken. He does not and never will. Every day he thinks of you. Not a night but he speaks your name. He thinks all things can be done with money." "So do you, Jenny," interrupted Kate. "Well, I'll show you that this can't." "Didn't you hear him exulting because you are now free?" cried Jenny. "He thinks he will give me a home, the children, a big income, then secure his freedom and marry you." "Oh, don't talk such rot!" cried Kate. "John Jardine thinks no such thing. He wouldn't insult me by thinking I thought such a thing. That thought belongs where it sprang from, right in your little cramped blonde brain, Jenny." "You wouldn't? Are you so sure you wouldn't?" cried Jenny, leaning forward with hands clutched closely. "I should say not," said Kate. "The last thing on earth I want is some other woman's husband. Now look here, Jenny, I'll tell you the plain truth. I thought last night that John Jardine was as free as I was, or I shouldn't have been here with him. I thought he was asking me again to marry him, and I was not asleep last night thinking it over. I came here to tell him that I would not. Does that satisfy you?" "Satisfy!" cried Jenny. "I hope no other woman lives in the kind of hell I do." "It's always the way," said Kate, "when people will insist on getting out of their class. You would have gotten 10 times more from life as the wife of a village merchant or a farmer than you have as the wife of a rich man. Since you're married to him and there are children, there's nothing for you to do but finish your job as best you can. Rest your head easy about me. I wouldn't touch John Jardine married to you. I wouldn't touch him with a 10-foot pole, divorced from you. Get that clear in your head, and do please go." Kate turned again to the water, but when she was sure Jenny was far away, she sat down suddenly and asked of the lake, "Well, wouldn't that freeze you?" End of chapter 23. Recording by Ashley Jane.
Chapter 24 of A Daughter of the Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bridget Gage. A Daughter of the Land by Jean Stratton-Porter. Chapter 24. Polly Tries Her Wings. Finally, Kate wandered back to the hotel and went to their room to learn if Nancy Ellen was there. She was, and seemed very much perturbed. The first thing she did was to hand Kate a big white envelope, which she opened and found to be a few lines from John Jardine, explaining that he had been unexpectedly called away on some very important business. He reiterated his delight in having seen her, and hoped for the same pleasure at no very distant date. Kate read it and tossed it on the dresser. As she did so, she saw a telegram lying opened among Nancy Ellen's toilet articles, and thought with pleasure that Robert was coming. She glanced at her sister for confirmation, and saw that she was staring from the window, as if she were in doubt about something. Kate thought probably she was still upset about John Jardine, and that might as well be gotten over. So she said, "That note was not delivered promptly. It is from John Jardine. I should have had it before I left. He was called away on important business, and wrote to let me know he would not be able to keep his appointment. But without his knowledge, he had a representative on the spot." Nancy Ellen seemed interested, so Kate proceeded. "You couldn't guess in 1,000 years. I'll have to tell you spang. It was his wife." "His wife!" cried Nancy Ellen. "But you said—" "So I did," said Kate, "and so he did. Since the wife loomed on the horizon, I remembered that he said no word to me of marriage. He merely said he had always loved me and always would." "Merely?" scoffed Nancy Ellen. "Merely?" "Just merely," said Kate. "He didn't lay a finger on me. He didn't ask me to marry him. He just merely met me after a long separation, and told me that he still loved me." "The brute!" said Nancy Ellen. "He should be killed." "I can't see it," said Kate. "He did nothing ungentlemanly. If we jumped to wrong conclusions, that was not his fault. I doubt if he remembered or thought at all of his marriage. It wouldn't be much to forget. I am fresh from an interview with his wife. She's an old acquaintance of mine. I once secured her for his mother's maid. You've heard me speak of her." "Impossible! John Jardine would not do that!" cried Nancy Ellen. "There's a family to prove it," said Kate. "Jenny admits that she studied him, taught him, made herself indispensable to him, and a few weeks after his mother's passing, married him, after he had told her he did not love her and never could. I feel sorry for him." "Sure, poor defrauded creature," said Nancy Ellen. "What about her?" "Nothing, so far as I can see," said Kate. "By her own account, she was responsible. She should have kept in her own class." "All right, that settles Jenny," said Nancy Ellen. "I saw you notice the telegram from Robert. Now go on and settle me." "Is he coming?" asked Kate. "No, he's not coming," said Nancy Ellen. "Has he eloped with the widder?" asked Kate flippantly. "He merely telegraphs that he thinks it would be wise for us to come home on the first train," said Nancy Ellen. "For all I can make of that, the elopement might quite as well be in your family as mine." Kate held out her hand. Nancy Ellen laid the message in it. Kate studied it carefully. Then she raised steady eyes to her sister's face. "Do you know what I should do about this?" she asked. "Catch the first train, of course," she said. "Far be it from me," said Kate. "I should at once telegraph him that his message was not clear, to kindly particularize. We've only got settled. We're having a fine time, especially right now. Why should we pack up and go home? I can't think of any possibility that could arise that would make it necessary for him to send for us. Can you?" "I can think of two things," said Nancy Ellen. "I can think of a very pretty, confiding, little cat of a woman who is desperately infatuated with my husband. And I can think of two children, fathered by George Holt, who might possibly, just possibly, have enough of his blood in their veins to be like him, given opportunity. Alone for a week, there is barely a faint possibility that you might be needed. Alone for the same week, there is the faintest possibility that Robert is in a situation where I could help him." Kate drew a deep breath. "Isn't life the most amusing thing?" she asked. "I had almost forgotten my wings. I guess we'd better take them and fly straight home." She arose and called the office to learn about trains, and then began packing her trunk. As she folded her dresses and stuffed them in rather carelessly, she said, "I don't know why I got it into my head that I could go away and have a few days of a good time without something happening at home." "But you are not sure anything has happened at home. This call may be for me," said Nancy Ellen. "It may, but this is July," said Kate. "I've been thinking hard and fast. It's probable I can put my finger on the spot." Nancy Ellen paused, and standing erect, she looked questioningly at Kate. "The weak link in my chain at the present minute is Polly," said Kate. "I didn't pay much attention at the time, because there wasn't enough of it really to attract attention. But since I think, I can recall signs of growing discontent in Polly lately. She fussed about the work and resented being left in the house while I went to the fields, and she had begun looking up the road to Peter's so much that her head was slightly turned toward the north most of the time, with me away." "What do you think?" demanded Nancy Ellen. "Think very likely she has decided that she'll sacrifice her chance for more schooling and to teach, for the sake of marrying a big, green country boy named Hank Peters," said Kate. "Thereby keeping in her own class," suggested Nancy Ellen. Kate laughed shortly. "Exactly," she said. "I didn't aspire to anything different for her from what she has had, but I wanted her to have more education and wait until she was older. Marriage is too hard work for a girl to begin at less than 18. If it is Polly, and she has gone away with Hank Peters, they've no place to go but his home, and if ever she thought I worked her too hard, she'll find out she has played most of her life when she begins taking orders from Mrs. Amanda Peters. You know her. She never can keep a girl more than a week, and she's always wanting one. If Polly has tackled that job, God help her." "Cheer up. We're in that delightful state of uncertainty where Polly may be blacking the cook stove, like a dutiful daughter, while Robert has decided that he'd like a divorce," said Nancy Ellen. "Nancy Ellen, there's nothing in that, so far as Robert is concerned. He told me so the evening we came away," said Kate. Nancy Ellen banged down a trunk lid and said, "Well, I am getting to the place where I don't much care whether there is or there is not." "What a whopper!" laughed Kate. "But cheer up. This is my trouble. I feel it in my bones. Wish I knew for sure. If she's eloped, and it's all over with, we might as well stay and finish our visit. If she's married, I can't unmarry her, and I wouldn't if I could." "How are you going to apply your philosophy to yourself?" asked Nancy Ellen. "By letting time and Polly take their course," said Kate. "This is a place where parents are of no account whatever. They stand back until it's time to clean up the wreck, and then they get theirs, usually theirs, and several of someone's else in the bargain. As the train stopped at Hartley, Kate sat where she could see Robert on the platform. It was only a fleeting glance, but she thought she had never seen him look so wholesome, so vital, so much a man to be desired. No wonder a woman lacking in fine scruples would covet him, thought Kate. To Nancy Ellen she said hastily, "The trouble's mine. Robert's on the platform." "Where?" demanded Nancy Ellen, peering from the window. Kate smiled as she walked from the car and confronted Robert. "Get it over quickly," she said. "It's Polly?" He nodded. "Did she remember to call on the Squire?" she asked. "Oh, yes," said Robert. "It was at Peter's, and they had the whole neighborhood in." Kate swayed slightly, then lifted her head, her eyes blazing. She had come, feeling not altogether guiltless, and quite prepared to overlook a youthful elopement. The insult of having her only daughter given a wedding at the home of the groom, about which the whole neighborhood would be laughing at her, was a different matter. Slowly the high color faded from Kate's face, as she stepped back. "Excuse me, Nancy Ellen," she said. "I didn't mean to deprive you of the chance of even speaking to Robert. I knew this was for me. I was over anxious to learn what choice morsel life had in store for me now. It's one that will be bitter on my tongue to the day of my death." "Oh, Kate, I am so sorry that if this had to happen, it happened in just that way," said Nancy Ellen. "But don't mind, they're only foolish kids." "Who? Mr. and Mrs. Peters and the neighbors who attended the wedding? Foolish kids! Oh, no!" said Kate. "Where's Adam?" "I told him I'd bring you out," said Robert. "Why didn't he send for you, or do something?" demanded Kate. "I'm afraid the facts are that Polly lied to him," said Robert. "She told him that Peters were having a party, and Mrs. Peters wanted her to come early and help her with the supper. They had the magistrate out from town, and had the ceremony an hour before Adam got there. When he arrived and found out what had happened, he told Polly and the Peters family exactly his opinion of them, and then he went home and turned on all the lights, and sat where he could be seen on the porch all evening, as a protest in evidence of his disapproval, I take it." Slowly the color began to creep back into Kate's face. "The good boy," she said, in commendation. "He called me at once, and we talked it over, and I sent you the telegram. But as he said, it was done. There was no use trying to undo it. One thing will be a comfort to you. All of your family, and almost all of your friends, left as soon as Adam spoke his piece, and they found it was a wedding and not a party to which they'd been invited. It was a shabby trick of Peter's." Kate assented. "It was because I felt instinctively that Mrs. Peters had it in her to do tricks like that I never would have anything to do with her," said Kate, "more than to be passing civil. This is how she gets her revenge, and her hired girl, for no wages, I'll be bound. It's a shabby trick. I'm glad Adam saved me the trouble of telling her so." Robert took Nancy Ellen home, and then drove to Bates Corners with Kate. "In a few days now, I hope we can see each other oftener," he said, on the way. "I got a car yesterday, and it doesn't seem so complicated. Any intelligent person can learn to drive it in a short time. I like it so much, and I knew I'd have such constant use for it that, now this is a secret, I ordered another for Nancy Ellen, so she can drive about town and run out here as she chooses. Will she be pleased?" "She'll be overjoyed. That was dear of you, Robert. Only one thing in the world would please her more," said Kate. "What's that?" asked Robert. Kate looked him in the eye and smiled. "Oh," he said, "but there is nothing in it." "Except talk. That worries and humiliates Nancy Ellen," said Kate. "Kate," he said suddenly, "if you were in my shoes, what would you do?" "The next time I got a phone call, or a note from Mrs. Southey, and she was having one of those terrible headaches, I should say, 'I'm dreadfully sorry, Mrs. Southey, but a breath of talk that might be unpleasant for you and for my wife has come to my ear, so I know you'll think it wiser to call Dr. Mills, who can serve you better than I. In a great rush this afternoon. Good-bye.' That is what I should do, Robert, and I should do it quickly and emphatically. Then I should interest Nancy Ellen in her car for a time, and then I should keep my eyes open, and the first time I found in my practice a sound baby with a clean bill of health and no encumbrances, I should have it dressed attractively, and bestow it on Nancy Ellen as casually as I did the car. And in the meantime, love her plenty, Robert. You can never know how she feels about this, and it's in no way her fault. She couldn't possibly have known, while you would have married her just the same if you had known. Isn't that so?" "It's quite so, Kate. I think your head is level, and I'll follow your advice to the letter. Now you have healed my lame leg, as the dog said in McGuffey's Third. What can I do for this poor dog?" "Nothing," said Kate. "I've got to hold still and take it. Life will do the doing. I don't want to croak, but remember my word, it will do plenty." "We'll come often," he said as he turned to go back. Kate slowly walked up the path, dreading to meet Adam. He evidently had been watching for her, for he came around the corner of the house, took her arm, and they walked up the steps and into the living room together. She looked at him. He looked at her. At last he said, "I'm afraid that a good deal of this is my fault, Mother." "How so?" asked Kate, tersely. "I guess I betrayed your trust in me," said Adam, heavily. "Of course I did all my work and attended to things, but in the evening after work was over, the very first evening on the way home, we stopped to talk to Henry at the gate, and he got in and came on down. We could see Milly at their gate, and I wanted her so much, Mother, and it was going to be lonesome, so all of us went on there, and she came up here and we sat on the porch. And then I took her home, and that left Henry and Polly together. The next night Henry took us to town for a treat, and we were all together. And the next night Milly asked us all there, and so it went. It was all as open and innocent as it could be, only Henry and Polly were in awful earnest, and she was bound she wouldn't be sent to town to school." "Why didn't she tell me so? She never objected a word to me," said Kate. "Well, Mother, you are so big, and Polly was so little, and she was used to minding." "Yes, this looks like it," said Kate. "Well, go on." "That's all," said Adam. "It was only that instead of staying at home and attending to our own affairs, we were somewhere every night, or Milly and Henry were here. That is where I was to blame. I'm afraid you'll never forgive me, Mother, but I didn't take good care of sister. I left her to Henry Peters, while I tried to see how nice I could be to Milly. I didn't know what Polly and Henry were planning, honest I didn't, Mother. I would have told Uncle Robert and sent for you if I had. I thought when I went there it was to be our little crowd like it was at York's. I was furious when I found they were married. I told Mr. and Mrs. Peters what they were, right before the company, and then I came straight home, and all the family and York's, and most of the others came straight away. Only a few stayed to the supper. I was so angry with Polly I just pushed her away and didn't even say good night to her. The little silly fool. Mother, if she had told you, you would have let her stay at home this winter and got her clothing and let her be married here, when she was old enough, wouldn't you?" "Certainly," said Kate. "All the world knows that. Bates all marry, and they all marry young. Don't blame yourself, Adam. If Polly had it in her system to do this, and she did, or she wouldn't have done it, the thing would have happened when I was here, and right under my nose. It was a scheme all planned and ready before I left. I know that now. Let it go. There's nothing we can do until things begin to go wrong, as they always do in this kind of wedding. Then we shall get our call. In the meantime, you mustn't push your sister away. She may need you sooner than you'd think. And will you just please have enough confidence in my common sense and love for you to come to me first, when you feel that there's a girl who's indispensable to your future, Adam?" "Yes, I will," said Adam. "And it won't be long, and the girl will be Milly York." "All right," said Kate, gravely. "Whenever the time comes, let me know about it. Now see if you can find me something to eat till I lay off my hat and wash. It was a long, hot ride, and I'm tired. Since there's nothing I can do, I wish I had stayed where I was. No, I don't either. I see Joy coming over the hill for Nancy Ellen." "Why is Joy coming to Nancy Ellen?" asked the boy, pausing an instant before he started to the kitchen. "Oh, because she's had such a very tough, uncomfortable time with life," said Kate, "that in the very nature of things Joy should come her way." The boy stood mystified until the expression on his face so amused Kate that she began laughing. Then he understood. "That's why it's coming," said Kate, "and here's how it's coming. She is going to get rid of a bothersome worry that's troubling her head, and she's going to have a very splendid gift, but it's a deep secret." "Then you'll have to whisper it," said Adam, going to her and holding a convenient ear. Kate rested her hands on his shoulder a minute, as she leaned on him, her face buried in his crisp black hair. Then she whispered the secret. "Crikey, isn't that grand?" cried the boy, backing away to stare at her. "Yes, it is so grand I'm going to try it ourselves," said Kate. "We've a pretty snug balance in the bank, and I think it would be great fun evenings or when we want to go to town in a hurry and the horses are tired. Adam was slowly moving toward the kitchen, his face more of a study than before. "Mother," he said as he reached the door, "I be hanged if I know how to take you. I thought you'd just raise Cain over what Polly has done. But you act so sane and sensible, someway it doesn't seem so bad as it did, and I feel more sorry for Polly than like going back on her. And are you truly in earnest about a car?" "I'm going to think very seriously about it this winter, and I feel almost sure it will come true by early spring," said Kate. "But who said anything about 'going back on Polly'?" "Oh, Mrs. York and all the neighbours said that you'd never forgive her, and that she'd never darken your door again, and things like that, until I was almost crazy," answered Adam. Kate smiled grimly. "Adam," she said, "I had 7 years of that 'darken your door' business myself. It's a mighty cold, hard proposition. It's a wonder the neighbours didn't remember that. Maybe they did, and thought I was so much of a Bates leopard that I couldn't change my spots. If they are watching me, they will find that I am not spotted. I'm sorry and humiliated over what Polly has done, but I'm not going to gnash my teeth and tear my hair and wail in public or in private. I'm trying to keep my real mean spot so deep it can't be seen. If ever I get my chance, Adam, you watch me pay back Mrs. Peters. That is the size and location of my spot, but it's far deeper than my skin. Now go on and find me food, man, food." Adam sat close while Kate ate her supper. Then he helped her unpack her trunk and hang away her dresses, and then they sat on the porch talking for a long time. When at last they arose to go to bed, Kate said, "Adam, about Polly. First time you see her, if she asks, tell her she left home of her own free will and accord, and in her own way, which, by the way, happens to be a Holt way, but you needn't mention that. I think by this time she has learned, or soon she will learn that, and whenever she wants to come back and face me, to come right ahead. I can stand it if she can. Can you get that straight?" Adam said he could. He got that straight, and so much else, that by the time he finished, Polly realized that both he and her mother had left her in the house to try to shield her, that if she had told what she wanted in a straightforward manner, she might have had a wedding outfit prepared and been married from her home at a proper time and in a proper way, and without putting her mother to shame before the community. Polly was very much ashamed of herself by the time Adam finished. She could not find it in her heart to blame Henry. She knew he was no more to blame than she was. But she did store up a grievance against Mr. and Mrs. Peters. They were older and had had experience with the world. They might have told Polly what she should do, instead of having done everything in their power to make her do what she had done, bribing, coaxing, urging, all in the direction of her inclinations. At heart, Polly was big enough to admit that she had followed her inclinations without thinking at all what the result would be. Adam never would have done what she had. Adam would have thought of his mother and his name and his honor. Poor little Polly had to admit that honor with her had always been a matter of, "Now remember, be careful," and like caution on the lips of her mother. The more Polly thought, the worse she felt. The worse she felt, the more the whole Peters family tried to comfort her. She was violently homesick in a few days, but Adam had said she was to come when she could face her mother. And Polly suddenly found that she would rather undertake to run 10 miles than to face her mother, so she began a process of hiding from her. If she sat on the porch and saw her mother coming, she ran in the house. She would go to no public place where she might meet her. For a few weeks she lived a life of working for Mrs. Peters from dawn to dark, under the stimulus of what a sweet girl she was, how splendidly she did things, how fortunate Henry was, interspersed with continual kissing, patting, and petting, all very new and unusual to Polly. By that time she was so very ill, she could not lift her head from the pillow half the day. But it was to the credit of the badly disappointed Peters family that they kept up the petting. When Polly grew better, she had no desire to go anywhere. She worked to make up for the trouble she had been during her illness, to sew every spare moment, and to do her full share of the day's work in the house of an excessively nice woman, whose work never was done, and most hopeless thing of all, never would be. Mrs. Peters' head was full of things that she meant to do 3 years in the future. Every night found Polly so tired she staggered to bed early as possible. Every morning found her confronting the same round, which from the nature of her condition every morning was more difficult for her. Kate and Adam followed their usual routine with only the alterations required by the absence of Polly. Kate now prepared breakfast while Adam did the feeding and milking, washed the dishes and made the beds while he hitched up, then went to the field with him. On rainy days he swept and she dusted. Always they talked over and planned everything they did, in the house or afield. Always they schemed, contrived, economized, and worked to attain the shortest, easiest end to any result they strove for. They were growing in physical force. They were efficient. They attended their own affairs strictly. Their work was always done on time, their place in order, their deposits at the bank frequent. As the cold days came they missed Polly, but scarcely ever mentioned her. They had more books and read and studied together, while every few evenings Adam picked up his hat and disappeared. But soon he and Milly came in together. Then they all read, popped corn, made taffy, knitted. Often Kate was called away by some sewing or upstairs work she wanted to do, so that the youngsters had plenty of time alone to revel in the wonder of life's greatest secret. To Kate's ears came the word that Polly would be a mother in the spring, that the Peters family were delighted and anxious for the child to be a girl, as they found 6 males sufficient for one family. Polly was looking well, feeling fine, was a famous little worker, and seldom sat on a chair because some member of the Peters family usually held her. "I should think she would get sick of all that mushing," said Adam when he repeated these things. "She's not like us," said Kate. "She'll take all she can get, and call for more. She's a long time coming, but I'm glad she's well and happy." "Buncombe," said Adam, "she isn't so very well. She's white as putty, and there are great big dark hollows under her eyes, and she's always panting for breath, like she had been running. Nearly every time I pass there I see her out scrubbing the porches, or feeding the chickens, or washing windows, or something. You bet Mrs. Peters has got a fine hired girl now, and she's smiling all over about it." "She really has something to smile about," said Kate. To Polly's ears went the word that Adam and her mother were having a fine time together, always together, and that they had Milly York up 3 times a week to spend the evening, and that Milly said that it passed her to see why Polly ran away from Mrs. Holt. She was the grandest woman alive, and if she had any running to do in her neighbourhood, she would run to her, and not from her. Whereupon Polly closed her lips firmly and looked black, but not before she had said, "Well, if mother had done just 1 night a week of that entertaining for Henry and me, we wouldn't have run from her either." Polly said nothing until April. Then Kate answered the telephone one day, and a few seconds later was ringing for Adam as if she would pull down the bell. He came running, and soon was on his way to Peters with a single buggy, with instructions to drive slowly and carefully, and on no account to let Polly slip getting out. The Peters family had all gone to bury an aunt in the neighbourhood, leaving Polly alone for the day. And Polly at once called up her mother, and said she was dying to see her, and if she couldn't come home for the day she would die soon, and be glad of it. Kate knew the visit should not have been made at that time and in that way, but she knew that Polly was under a dangerous nervous strain. She herself would not go to Peters in Mrs. Peters' absence. She did not know what else to do. As she waited for Polly, she thought of the many things she would say. When she saw her, she took her in her arms and almost carried her into the house. And she said nothing at all, save how glad she was to see her. And she did nothing at all, except to try with all her might to comfort and please her. For to Kate, Polly did not seem like a strong, healthy girl approaching maternity. She appeared like a very sick woman, who sorely needed attention, while a few questions made her so sure of it that she at once called Robert. He gave both of them all the comfort he could, but what he told Nancy Ellen was, "Polly has had no attention whatever. She wants me, and I'll have to go, but it's a case I'd like to sidestep. I'll do all I can, but the time is short." "Oh, Lord," said Nancy Ellen. "Is it one more for Kate?" "Yes," said Robert. "I am very much afraid it's one more for Kate." End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of A Daughter of the Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bridget Gage. A Daughter of the Land by Jean Stratton-Porter. Chapter 25. One More for Kate. Polly and Kate had a long day together, while Adam was about the house much of the time. Both of them said and did everything they could think of to cheer and comfort Polly, whose spirits seemed most variable. One minute she would be laughing and planning for the summer gaily. The next she would be gloomy and depressed, and declaring she never would live through the birth of her baby. If she had appeared well, this would not have worried Kate, but she looked even sicker than she seemed to feel. She was thin, while her hands were hot and tremulous. As the afternoon went on, and time to go came nearer, she grew more and more despondent, until Kate proposed watching when the Peters family came home, calling them up, and telling them that Polly was there, would remain all night, and that Henry should come down. Polly flatly vetoed the proposition, but she seemed to feel much better after it had been made. She was like herself again for a short time, and then she turned to Kate and said suddenly, "Mother, if I don't get over this, will you take my baby?" Kate looked at Polly intently. What she saw stopped the ready answer that was on her lips. She stood thinking deeply. At last she said gently, "Why, Polly, would you want to trust a tiny baby with a woman you ran away from yourself?" "Mother, I haven't asked you to forgive me for the light I put you in before the neighbours," said Polly, "because I knew you couldn't honestly do it, and wouldn't lie to say you did. I don't know what made me do that. I was tired staying alone at the house so much. I was wild about Henry. I was bound I wouldn't leave him and go away to school. I thought it would just settle everything easily and quickly. I never once thought of how it would make you look and feel. Honestly, I didn't, Mother. You believe me, don't you?" "Yes, I believe you," said Kate. "It was an awful thing for me to do," said Polly. "I was foolish and crazy, and I suppose I shouldn't say it, but I certainly did have a lot of encouragement from the Peters family. They all seemed to think it would be a great joke, that it wouldn't make any difference, and all that, so I just did it. I knew I shouldn't have done it. But, Mother, you'll never know the fight I've had all my life to keep from telling stories and sneaking. I hated your everlasting 'Now be careful,' but when I hated it most I needed it worst, and I knew it when I grew older. If only you had been here to say, 'Now be careful,' just once, I never would have done it. But of course I couldn't have you to keep me straight all my life. All I can say is that I'd give my life and never whimper if I could be back home as I was this time last year and have a chance to do things your way. But that is past and I can't change it. What I came for today, and what I want to know now is, if I go, will you take my baby?" "Polly, you know the Peters family wouldn't let me have it," said Kate. "If it's a boy they wouldn't want it," said Polly. "Neither would you, for that matter. If it's a girl they'll fight for it, but it won't do them any good. All I want to know is, will you take it?" "Of course I would, Polly," said Kate. "Since I have your word, I'll feel better," said Polly. "And, Mother, you needn't be afraid of it. It will be all right. I have thought about it so much I have it all figured out. It's going to be a girl, and it's going to be exactly like you, and its name is going to be Katherine Eleanor. I have thought about you every hour I was awake since I have been gone, so the baby will have to be exactly like you. There won't be the taint of grandmother in it that there is in me. You needn't be afraid. I quit sneaking forever when Adam told me what I had done to you. I have gone straight as a dart, Mother, every single minute since, Mother, truly I have." Kate sat down suddenly, an awful sickness in her heart. "Why, you poor child, you," she said. "Oh, I've been all right," said Polly. "I've been almost petted and loved to death. But, Mother, there never should be the amount of work attached to living that there is in that house. It's never ending. It's intolerable. Mrs. Peters just goes until she drops, and then instead of sleeping, she lies awake planning some hard, foolish, unnecessary thing to do next. Maybe she can stand it herself, but I'm tired out. I'm going to sit down and not budge to do another stroke until after the baby comes, and then I am going to coax Henry to rent a piece of land and move to ourselves." Kate took heart. "That will be fine," she cried. "That will be the very thing. I'll ask the boys to keep their eyes open for any chance for you." "You needn't take any bother about it," said Polly, "because that isn't what is going to happen. All I want to be sure of now is that you and Adam will take my baby. I'll see to the rest." "How will you see to it, Polly?" asked Kate, gently. "Well, it's already seen to, for matter of that," said Polly, conclusively. "I've known for quite a while that I was sick, but I couldn't make them do anything but kiss me and laugh at me, until I am so ill that I know better how I feel than anybody else. I got tired being laughed at and put off about everything. So one day in Hartley, while Mother Peters was shopping, I just went into the lawyer Grandmother always went to, and told him all about what I wanted. He has the papers made out all right and proper, so when I send for Uncle Robert, I'm going to send for him too, and soon as the baby comes I'll put in its name and sign it, and make Henry, and then if I have to go, you won't have a bit of trouble." Kate gazed at Polly in dumb amazement. She was speechless for a time. Then to break the strain she said, "My soul! Did you really, Polly? I guess there is more Bates in you than I had thought." "Oh, there's some Bates in me," said Polly. "There's enough to make me live until I sign that paper, and make Henry Peters sign it, and send Mr. Tomlins to you with it and the baby. I can do that, because I'm going to." 10 days later she did exactly what she had said she would. Then she turned her face to the wall and went into a convulsion out of which she never came. While the Peters family refused Kate's plea to lay Polly beside her grandmother, and laid her in their family plot, Kate, moaning dumbly, sat clasping a tiny red girl in her arms. Adam drove to Hartley to deposit one more paper, the most precious of all, in the safety deposit box. Kate and Adam mourned too deeply to talk about it. They went about their daily rounds silently, each busy with regrets and self-investigations. They watched each other carefully, were kinder than they ever had been to every one they came in contact with. The baby they frankly adored. Kate had reared her own children with small misgivings, quite casually, in fact, but her heart was torn to the depths about this baby. Life never would be even what it had been before Polly left them, for into her going there entered an element of self-reproach and continual self-condemnation. Adam felt that if he had been less occupied with Milly York and had taken proper care of his sister, he would not have lost her. Kate had less time for recrimination, because she had the baby. "Look for a good man to help you this summer, Adam," she said. "The baby is full of poison, which can be eliminated only slowly. If I don't get it out before teething, I'll lose her, and then we never shall hear the last from the Peters family." Adam consigned the Peters family to a location he thought suitable for them on the instant. He spoke with unusual bitterness, because he had heard that the Peters family were telling that Polly had grieved herself to death, while his mother had engineered a scheme whereby she had stolen the baby. Occasionally a word drifted to Kate here and there, until she realized much of what they were saying. At first she grieved too deeply to pay any attention, but as the summer went on, and the baby flourished and grew fine and strong, and she had time in the garden, she began to feel better, grief began to wear away, as it always does. By midsummer the baby was in short clothes, sitting in a high chair, which, if Miss Baby only had known it, was a throne before which knelt her two adoring subjects. Polly had said the baby would be like Kate. Its hair and coloring were like hers, but it had the brown eyes of its father, and enough of his facial lines to tone down the too generous Bates features. When the baby was 5 months old, it was too pretty for adequate description. One baby has no business with perfect features, a mop of curly yellow silk hair, and big brown eyes. One of the questions Kate and Adam discussed most frequently was where they would send her to college, while one they did not discuss was how sick her stomach teeth would make her. They merely lived in mortal dread of that. Convulsion was a word that held a terror for Kate above any other in the medical books. The baby had a good, formal name, but no one ever used it. Adam, on first lifting the blanket, had fancied the child resembled its mother, and had called her Little Poll. The name clung to her. Kate could not call such a tiny morsel either Kate or Catherine. She liked Little Poll better. The baby had 3 regular visitors. One was her father. He was not fond of Kate. Little Poll suited him. He expressed his feeling by bringing gifts of toys, candy, and unsuitable clothes. Kate kept these things in evidence when she saw him coming, and swept them from sight when he went, for she had the good sense not to antagonize him. Nancy Ellen came almost every day, proudly driving her new car, and with the light of a new joy on her face. She never said anything to Kate, but Kate knew what had happened. Nancy Ellen came to see the baby. She brought it lovely and delicate little shoes, embroidered dresses and hoods, cloaks and blankets. One day, as she sat holding it, she said to Kate, "Isn't the baby a dreadful bother to you? You're not getting half your usual work done." "No, I'm doing unusual work," said Kate, lightly. "Adam is hiring a man who does my work very well in the fields. There isn't money that would hire me to let any one else take my job indoors right now." A slow red crept into Nancy Ellen's cheeks. She had meant to be diplomatic, but diplomacy never worked well with Kate. As Nancy Ellen often said, Kate understood a sledgehammer better. Nancy used the hammer. Her face flushed, her arms closed tightly. "Give me this baby," she demanded. Kate looked at her in helpless amazement. "Give it to me," repeated Nancy Ellen. "She's a gift to me," said Kate, slowly. "One the Peters family are searching heaven and earth to find an excuse to take from me. I hear they've been to a lawyer twice already. I wouldn't give her up to save my soul alive, for myself. For you, if I would let you have her, they would not leave you in possession a day." "Are they really trying to get her?" asked Nancy Ellen, slowly loosening her grip. "They are," said Kate. "They sent a lawyer to get a copy of the papers, to see if they could pick a flaw in them." "Can they?" cried Nancy Ellen. "God knows," said Kate, slowly. "I hope not. Mr. Tomlins is the best lawyer in Hartley. He says not. He says Henry put his neck in the noose when he signed the papers. The only chance I can see for him would be to plead undue influence. When you look at her, you can't blame him for wanting her. I've two hopes. One, that his mother will not want the extra work. The other, that the next girl he selects will not want the baby. If I can keep them going a few months more with a teething scare, I hope they will get over wanting her." "If they do, then may we have her?" asked Nancy Ellen. Kate threw out her hands. "Take my eyes or my hands or my feet," she said, "but leave me my heart." Nancy Ellen went soon after, and did not come again for several days. Then she began coming as usual, so that the baby soon knew her, and laughed in high glee when she appeared. Dr. Gray often stopped in passing to see her. If he was in great haste, he hallooed at the gate to ask if she was all right. Kate was thankful for this, more than thankful for the telephone and car that would bring him in 15 minutes day or night if he were needed. But he was not needed. Little Poll throve and grew fat and rosy, for she ate measured food, slept by the clock, in a sanitary bed, and was a bathed, splendidly cared for baby. When Kate's family and friends laughed, she paid not the slightest heed. "Laugh away," she said. "I've got something to fight with this baby. I don't propose for the battle to come and find the chances against me, because I'm unprepared." With scrupulous care Kate watched over the child, always putting her first, the house and land afterward. One day she looked up the road and saw Henry Peters coming. She had been expecting Nancy Ellen. She had finished bathing the baby and making her especially attractive in a dainty lace-ruffled dress with blue ribbons and blue shoes that her sister had brought on her latest trip. Little Poll was a wonderful picture, for her eyes were always growing bigger, her cheeks pinker, her skin fairer, her hair longer and more softly curling. At first thought Kate had been inclined to snatch off the dress and change to one of the cheap, ready-made ginghams Henry brought. But the baby was so lovely as she was, she had not the heart to spoil the picture, while Nancy Ellen might come any minute. So she began putting things in place, while little Poll sat crowing and trying to pick up a sunbeam that fell across her tray. Her father came to the door and stood looking at her. Suddenly he dropped in a chair, covered his face with his hands, and began to cry, in deep, shuddering sobs. Kate stood still in wonderment. At last she seated herself before him and said gently, "Won't you tell me about it, Henry?" Henry struggled for self-control. He looked at the baby longingly. Finally he said, "It's pretty tough to give up a baby like that, Mrs. Holt. She's my little girl. I wish God had struck my right hand with palsy when I went to sign those papers." "Oh, no you don't, Henry," said Kate, suavely. "You wouldn't like to live the rest of your life a cripple. And is it any worse for me to have your girl, in spite of the real desires and dictates of your heart, than it was for you to have mine? And you didn't take the intelligent care of my girl that I'm taking of yours, either. A doctor and a little right treatment at the proper time would have saved Polly to rear her own baby. But there's no use to go into that. I was waiting for Polly to come home of her own accord, as she left it, and while I waited, a poison crept into her system that took her. I never shall feel right about it. Neither shall you." "No, I should say I won't," said Henry emphatically. "I never thought of anything being the matter with Polly that wouldn't be all over when the baby came." "I know you didn't, Henry," said Kate. "I know how much you would have done and how gladly if you had known. There is no use going into that. We are both very much to blame. We must take our punishment. Now what is this I hear about your having been to see lawyers and trying to find a way to set aside the adoption papers you signed? Let's have a talk and see what we can arrive at. Tell me all about it." So Henry told Kate how he had loved Polly, how he felt guilty of her death, how he longed for and wanted her baby, how he had signed the paper which Polly put before him so unexpectedly, to humour her, because she was very ill, but he had not dreamed that she could die, how he did not feel that he should be bound by that signature now. Kate listened with the deepest sympathy, assenting to most he said until he was silent. Then she sat thinking a long time. At last she said, "Henry, if you and Polly had waited until I came home, and told me what you wanted and how you felt, I should have gotten her ready and given you a customary wedding, and helped you start a life that I think would have saved her to you and to me. That is past, but the fact remains. You are hurt over giving up the baby as you have. I'm hurt over losing my daughter as I did. We are about even on the past, don't you think?" "I suppose we are," he said, heavily. "That being agreed," said Kate, "let us look to the future. You want the baby now. I can guess how much, by how much I want her myself. I know your point of view. There are two others. One is mine, and the other is the baby's. I feel that it is only right and just that I should have this little girl to replace the one you took from me, in a way far from complimentary to me. I feel that she is mine, because Polly told me the day she came to see me how sick she had been, how she had begged for a doctor, and been kissed and told there was nothing the matter with her, when she knew she was very ill. She gave the baby to me, and at that time she had been to see a lawyer, and had her papers all made out except the signatures and dates. Mr. Tomlins can tell you that. And you know that up to that time I had not seen Polly, or had any communication with her. She simply was unnerved at the thought of trusting her baby to the care she had had." Kate was hitting hard and straight from the shoulder. The baby, busy with her sunbeam, jabbered unnoticed. "When Polly died as she did," continued Kate, "I knew that her baby would be full of the same poison that killed her, and that it must be eliminated before it came time to cut her worst teeth. So I undertook the work, and sleeping or waking, I have been at it ever since. Now, Henry, is there any one at your house who would have figured this out, and taken the time, pains, and done work that I have? Is there? Mother raised 6 of us," he said, defensively. "But she didn't die of diathesis giving birth to the first of you," said Kate. "You were all big, strong boys, with a perfectly sound birthright. And your mother is now a much older, wearier woman than she was then, and her hands are far too full every day as it is. If she knew how to handle the baby as I have, and was willing to add the work to her daily round, would you be willing to have her? I have 3 times her strength, while I consider that I've the first right. Then there is the baby's side of the question. I have had her through the worst, hardest part of babyhood. She is accustomed to a fixed routine that you surely will concede agrees with her. She would miss me, and she would not thrive as she does with me, for her food and her hours would not be regular, while you and your father and the boys would tire her to death handling her. That is a start. The finish would be that she would grow up, if she survived, to take the place Polly took at your house, while you would marry some other girl, as you will before a year from now. I'm dreadfully sorry to say these things to you, Henry, but you know they are the truth. If you're going to try to take the baby, I'm going to fight you to the last dollar I can raise, and the last foot of land I own. That's all. Look at the baby, think it over, and let me know what you'll do as soon as you can. I'm not asking mercy at your hands, but I do feel that I have suffered about my share." "You needn't suffer any longer," said Henry, drying his eyes. "All you say is true, just as what I said was true, but I might as well tell you and let one of us be happy. I saw my 3rd lawyer yesterday, and he said the papers were unbreakable unless I could prove that the child was neglected, and not growing right, or not having proper care. Look at her. I might do some things. I did do a thing as mean as to persuade a girl to marry me without her mother's knowledge, and ruined her life thereby. But God knows I couldn't go on the witness stand and swear that the baby is not properly cared for. Mother's job is big enough, and while it doesn't seem possible now, very likely I shall marry again, as other men do, and in that event, little Poll would be happier with you. I give her up. I think I came this morning to say that I was defeated, and to tell you that I'd give up if I saw that you would fight. Keep the baby, and be as happy as you can. You shan't be worried any more about her. Polly shall have this thing as she desired and planned it. Good-bye." When he had gone, Kate knelt on the floor, laid her head on the chair tray, and putting her arms around the baby, she laughed and cried at the same time, while Miss Baby pulled her hair, patted her face, and plastered it with wet, uncertain kisses. Then Kate tied a little bonnet on the baby's head, and taking her in her arms, she went to the field to tell Adam. It seemed to Kate that she could see responsibility slipping from his shoulders, could see him grow taller as he listened. The breath of relief he drew was long and deep. "Fine!" he cried. "Fine! I haven't told you half I knew. I've been worried until I couldn't sleep." Kate went back to the house so glad she did not realize she was touching earth at all. She fed the baby and laid her down for her morning nap, and then went out in the garden. But she was too restless to work. She walked bareheaded in the sun, and was glad as she never before in her life had known how to be glad. The first thing Kate knew she was standing at the gate, looking up at the noonday sky, and from the depths of her heart she was crying aloud, "Praise ye the Lord, O my soul! Let all that is within me praise his holy name." For the remainder of the day Kate was unblushingly insane. She started to do 100 things, and abandoned all of them to go out and look up at the sky and to cry repeatedly, "Praise the Lord!" If she had been asked to explain why she did this, Kate could have answered, and would have answered, "Because I feel like it." She had been taught no religion as a child. She had practiced no formal mode of worship as a woman. She had been straight, honest, and virtuous. She had faced life and done with small question the work that she thought fell to her hand. She had accepted joy, sorrow, shame, all in the same stoic way. Always she had felt that there was a mighty force in the universe that could as well be called God as any other name. It mattered not about the name. It was a real force, and it was there. That day Kate exulted. She carried the baby down to the brook in the afternoon and almost shouted. She sang until she could have been heard a mile. She kept straight on, praising the Lord, because expression was imperative, and that was the form of expression that seemed to come naturally to her. Without giving a thought as to how or why, she followed her impulses and praised the Lord. The happier she grew, the more clearly she saw how uneasy and frightened she had been. When Nancy Ellen came, she took only one glance at Kate's glorified face and asked, "What in this world has happened to you?" Kate answered in all seriousness, "My Lord has shut the lions' mouths, and they are not going to harm me." Nancy Ellen regarded her closely. "I hope you aren't running a temperature," she said. "I'll take a shot at random. You have found out that the Peters family can't take little Poll." Kate laughed joyously. "Better than that, sister mine," she cried. "I have convinced Henry that he doesn't want her himself as much as he wants me to have her, and he can speedily convert his family. He will do nothing more. He will leave me in peace with her." "Thank God," said Nancy Ellen. "There you go, too," cried Kate. "That's the very first thought that came to me, only I said, 'Praise the Lord,' which is exactly the same thing. And Nancy Ellen, since Robert has been trying to praise the Lord for 20 years, and both of us do praise him when our time comes, wouldn't it be a good idea to open up our heads and say so, not only to ourselves and to the Lord, but to the neighbours? I'm afraid she won't understand much of it, but I think I shall find the place and read to little Poll about Abraham and Isaac tonight, and probably about Hagar and Ishmael tomorrow night, and it wouldn't surprise me a mite to hear myself saying 'Praise the Lord' right out loud, any time, any place. Let's gather a great big bouquet of our loveliest flowers and go tell Mother and Polly about it." Without a word, Nancy Ellen turned toward the garden. They gathered the flowers, and getting in Nancy Ellen's car drove the short distance to the church, where Nancy Ellen played with the baby in the shade of a big tree, while Kate arranged her flowers. Then she sat down, and they talked over their lives from childhood. "Nancy Ellen, won't you stay to supper with us?" asked Kate. "Yes," said Nancy Ellen, rising. "I haven't had such a good time in years. I'm as glad for you as I'd be if I had such a child assured me, myself." "You can't bring yourself," began Kate. "Yes, I think so," said Nancy Ellen. "Getting things for little Poll has broken me up so. I told Robert how I felt, and he's watching in his practice, and he's written several letters of inquiry to friends in Chicago. Any day now I may have my work cut out for me." "Praise the Lord again!" cried Kate. "I see where you will be happier than you ever have been. Real life is just beginning for you." Then they went home and prepared a good supper and had such a fine time they were exalted in heart and spirit. When Nancy Ellen started home, Kate took the baby and climbed in the car with her, explaining that they would go a short way and walk back. She went only as far as the Peters gate, Then she bravely walked up to the porch where Mr. Peters and some of the boys sat, and said casually, "I just thought I'd bring little Poll up to get acquainted with her folks. Isn't she a dear?" An hour later, as she walked back in the moonlight, Henry beside her carrying the baby, he said to her, "This is a mighty big thing, and a kind thing for you to do, Mrs. Holt. Mother has been saying scandalous things about you." "I know," said Kate, "but never mind. She won't any more." The remainder of the week she passed in the same uplifted mental state. She carried the baby in her arms and walked all over the farm, going often to the cemetery with fresh flowers. Sunday morning, when the work was all done, the baby dressed her prettiest, Kate slipped into one of her fresh white dresses, and gathering a big bunch of flowers, started again to whisper above the graves of her mother and Polly the story of her gladness, and to freshen the flowers, so that the people coming from church would see that her family were remembered. When she had finished, she arose, took up the baby, and started to return across the cemetery, going behind the church, taking the path she had travelled the day she followed the minister's admonition to take the wings of mourning. She thought of that. She stood very still, thinking deeply. "I took them," she said. "I've tried flight after flight, and I've fallen and risen, and fallen and got up and tried again. But never until now have I felt that I could really fly to the uttermost parts of the earth. There is a rising power in me that should benefit more than myself. I guess I'll just join in." She walked into the church as the last word of the song the congregation were singing was finished, and the minister was opening his lips to say, "Let us pray." Straight down the aisle came Kate, her bare, gold head crowned with a flash of light at each window she passed. She paused at the altar, directly facing the minister. "Baby and I would like the privilege of praising the Lord with you," she said simply, "and we would like to do our share in keeping up this church and congregation to His honor and glory. There's some water. Can't you baptize us now?" The minister turned to the pitcher which always stood on his desk, filled his palm, and asked, "What is the baby's name?" "Catherine Eleanor Peters," said Kate. "Catherine Eleanor, I baptize thee," said the minister, and he laid his hand on the soft curls of the baby. She scattered the flowers she was holding over the altar as she reached to spat her hands in the water on her head, and laughed aloud. "What is your name?" asked the minister. "Catherine Eleanor Holt," said Kate. Again the minister repeated the formula, and then he raised both hands and said, "Let us pray." End of chapter 25.
Chapter 26 of A Daughter of the Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Daughter of the Land by Jean Stratton-Porter. Chapter 26 The Winged Victory. Kate turned, and placing the baby on the front seat, she knelt and put her arms around the little thing, but her lips only repeated the words, "Praise the Lord for this precious baby." Her heart was filled with high resolve. She would rear the baby with such care. She would be more careful with Adam. She would make heroic effort to help him to clean, unashamed manhood. She would be a better sister to all her family. She would be friendlier and have more patience with the neighbors. She would join in whatever effort the church was making to hold and increase its membership among the young people, and to raise funds to keep up the organization. All the time her mind was busy thinking out these fine resolves, her lips were thanking the Lord for little Paul. Kate arose with the benediction, picked up the baby, and started down the aisle among the people she had known all her life. On every side strong hands stretched out to greet and welcome her. A daughter of Adam Bates was something new as a church member. They all knew how she could work, and what she could give if she chose, while that she had stood at the altar and been baptized meant that something not customary with the Bates family was taking place in her heart. So they welcomed her and praised the beauty and sweetness of the baby until Kate went out into the sunshine, her face glowing. Slowly she walked home, and as she reached the veranda, Adam took the baby. "Been to the cemetery?" he asked. Kate nodded and dropped into a chair. "That's too far to walk and carry this great big woman," he said, snuggling his face in the baby's neck, while she patted his cheeks and pulled his hair. "Why didn't you tell me you wanted to go, and let me get out the car?" Kate looked at him speculatively. "Adam," she said, "when I started out I meant only to take some flowers to Mother and Polly. As I came around the corner of the church to take the footpath, they were singing 'Rejoice in the Lord.' I went inside and joined. I'm going to church as often as I can after this. And I'm going to help with the work of running it." "Well, I like that!" cried Adam indignantly. "Why didn't you let me go with you?" Kate sat staring down the road. She was shocked speechless. Again she had followed an impulse without thinking of any one besides herself. Usually she could talk, but in that instant she had nothing to say. Then a carriage drew into the line of her vision, stopped at York's gate, and Mr. York alighted and swung to the ground a slim girlish figure, and then helped his wife. Kate had a sudden inspiration. "But you would want to wait a little and join with Milly, wouldn't you?" she asked. "Uncle Robert always has been a church member. I think it's a fine stand for a man to take." "Maybe that would be better," he said. "I didn't think of Milly. I only thought I'd like to have been with you and little Paul." "I'm sure Milly will be joining very soon, and that she'll want you with her," said Kate. She was a very substantial woman, but for the remainder of that day she felt that she was moving with winged feet. She sang, she laughed, she was unspeakably happy. She kept saying over and over, "And a little child shall lead them." And she would catch little Paul, almost crushing her in her strong arms. It never occurred to Kate that she had done an unprecedented thing. She had done as her heart dictated. She did not know that she put the minister into a most uncomfortable position when he followed her request to baptize her and the child. She had never thought of probations and examinations and catechisms. She had read the Bible, as was the custom, every morning before her school. In that book, when a man wanted to follow Jesus, he followed. Jesus accepted him, and that was all there was to it, with Kate. The middle of the week Nancy Ellen came flying up the walk on winged feet herself. She carried photographs of several small children, one of them a girl so like little Paul that she might have been the original of the picture. "They just came," said Nancy Ellen rather breathlessly. "I was wild for that little darling at once. I had Robert telegraph them to hold her until we could get there. We're going to start on the evening train, and if her blood seems good, and her ancestors respectable, and she looks like that picture, we're going to bring her back with us. Oh, Kate, I can scarcely wait to get my fingers on her. I'm hungry for a baby all of my own." Kate studied the picture. "She's charming," she said. "Oh, Nancy Ellen, the world is getting entirely too good to be true." Nancy Ellen looked at Kate and smiled peculiarly. "I knew you were crazy," she said, "but I never dreamed of you going to such lengths. Mrs. Whistler told Robert when she called him in about her side Tuesday. I can't imagine a Bates joining church." "If that is joining church, it's the easiest thing in the world," said Kate. "We just loved doing it, didn't we, little Paul? Adam and Milly are going to come in soon. I'm almost sure. At least he is willing. I don't know what it is that I am to do, but I suppose they will give me my work soon." "You bet they'll give you work soon, and enough," said Nancy Ellen, laughing. "You'll just put it through as you do things out here. Kate, you are making this place look fine. I used to say I'd rather die than come back here to live, but lately it has been growing so attractive. I've been here about half my time and wished I were the other half." Kate slipped her arm around Nancy Ellen as they walked to the gate. "You know," said Nancy Ellen, "the more I study you, the less I know about you. Usually it's sickness and sorrow and losing their friends that bring people to the consolations of the church. You bore those things like a stoic. When they were all over, and you are comfortable and happy, just the joy of being sure of little Paul has transformed you. Kate, you make me think of the winged victory this afternoon. If I get this darling little girl, will she make me big and splendid and fine like you?" Kate suddenly drew Nancy Ellen to her and kissed her a long, hard kiss on the lips. "Nancy Ellen," she said, "you are big and splendid and fine, or you never would be going to Chicago after this little motherless child. You haven't said a word, but I know from the joy of you and Robert during the past months that Mrs. Southey isn't troubling you any more, and I'm sure enough to put it into words that when you get your little child, she will lead you straight where mine has led me. Good-bye and good luck to you, and remember me to Robert." Nancy Ellen stood intently studying the picture she held in her hand. Then she looked at Kate, smiling with misty eyes. "I think, Kate, I'm very close, if I'm not really where you are this minute," she said. Then she started her car, but she looked back waving and smiling until the car swerved, so that Kate called after her, "Do drive carefully, Nancy Ellen." Kate went slowly up the walk. She stopped several times to examine the shrubs and bushes closely, to wish for rain for the flowers. She sat on the porch a few minutes talking to little Paul. Then she went inside to answer the phone. "Kate!" cried a sharp voice. "Yes," said Kate, recognizing a neighbor living a few miles down the road. "Did Nancy Ellen just leave your house?" came a breathless query. "Yes," said Kate again. "I just saw a car that looked like hers slip in the fresh sand at the river levee, and it went down and 2 or 3 times over." "Oh, God!" said Kate. Then after an instant, "Ring the dinner bell for your men and get her out. I'll phone Robert and come as soon as I can get there." Kate called Dr. Gray's office. She said to the girl, "Tell the doctor that Mrs. Howe thinks she saw Nancy Ellen's car go down the river and 2 or 3 times over. Have him bring what he might need to Howe's and hurry. Rush him." Then she ran to her bell and rang so frantically that Adam came running. Kate was at the little garage they had built, and had the door open. She told him what she had heard, ran to get the baby, and met him at the gate. On the way she said, "You take the baby when we get there, and if I am needed, take her back and get Millie and her mother to come stay with you. You know where her things are and how to feed her. Don't you dare let them change any way I do. Baby knows Millie. She will be good for her and for you. You'll be careful?" "Of course, Mother," said Adam. He called her attention to the road. "Look at those tracks," he said. "Was she sick? She might have been drunk from them." "No," said Kate, "she wasn't sick. She was drunk, drunken with joy. She had a picture of the most beautiful little baby girl. They were to start to Chicago after her tonight. I suspect she was driving with the picture in one hand. Oh, my God, have mercy!" They had come to deep grooves in loose gravel, then the cut in the embankment. Then they could see the wrecked car standing on the engine and lying against a big tree near the water, while 2 men and a woman were carrying a limp form across the meadow toward the house. As their car stopped, Kate kissed the baby mechanically, handed her to Adam, and ran into the house, where she dragged a couch to the middle of the first room she entered, found a pillow, and brought a bucket of water and a towel from the kitchen. They carried Nancy Ellen in and laid her down. Kate began unfastening clothing and trying to get the broken body in shape for the doctor to work upon, but she spread the towel over what had been a face of unusual beauty. Robert came in a few minutes, then all of them worked under his directions until he suddenly sank to the floor, burying his face in Nancy Ellen's breast. Then they knew. Kate gathered her sister's feet in her arms and hid her face beside them. The neighbors silently began taking away things that had been used, while Mrs. Howe chose her whitest sheet and laid it on a chair near Robert. 2 days later they laid Nancy Ellen beside her mother. Then they began trying to face the problem of life without her. Robert said nothing. He seemed too stunned to think. Kate wanted to tell him of her final visit with Nancy Ellen, but she could not at that time. Robert's aged mother came to him and said she could remain as long as he wanted her, so that was a comfort to Kate, who took time to pity him even in her blackest hour. She had some very black ones. She could have wailed and lamented and relinquished all she had gained, but she did not. She merely went on with life as she always had lived it, to the best of her ability, when she was so numbed with grief she scarcely knew what she was doing. She kept herself driven about the house, and when she could find no more to do, took little Paul in her arms and went out in the fields to Adam, where she found the baby a safe place, and then cut and husked corn as usual. Every Sabbath, and often during the week, her feet carried her to the cemetery, where she sat in the deep grass and looked at those 3 long mounds, and tried to understand life, deeper still to fathom death. She and her mother had agreed that there was something. Now Kate tried as never before to understand what, and where, and why that something was. Many days she would sit for an hour at a time, thinking, and at last she arrived at fixed convictions that settled matters forever with her. One day, after she had arranged the fall roses she had grown, and some roadside asters she had gathered in passing, she sat in deep thought. when a car stopped on the road. Kate looked up to see Robert coming across the churchyard with his arms full of greenhouse roses. He carried a big bunch of deep red for her mother, white for Polly, and a large sheaf of warm pink for Nancy Ellen. Kate knelt up, and taking her flowers, she moved them lower, and silently helped Robert place those he had brought. Then she sat where she had been and looked at him. Finally he asked, "Still hunting the why, Kate?" "Why doesn't so much matter," said Kate, "as where. I'm enough of a fatalist to believe that mother is here because she was old and worn out. Polly had a clear case of uric poison. While I'd stake my life Nancy Ellen was gloating over the picture she carried when she ran into that loose sand. In each of their cases I am satisfied as to why, as well as about father. The thing that holds me and fascinates me, and that I have such a time being sure of, is where." Robert glanced upward and asked, "Isn't there room enough up there, Kate?" "Too much," said Kate. "And what is the soul, and how can it bridge the vortex lying between us and other worlds that man never can, because of the lack of air to breathe and support him?" "I don't know," said Robert, "and in spite of the fact that I do know what a man cannot do, I still believe in the immortality of the soul." "Oh, yes," said Kate, "if there is any such thing in science as a self-evident fact, that is one. That is provable." Robert looked at her eager face. "How would you go about proving it, Kate?" he asked. "Why, this way," said Kate, leaning to straighten and arrange the delicate velvet-petaled roses with her sure, work-abused fingers. "Take the history of the world from as near dawn as we have any record, and trace it from the igloo of the northernmost Eskimo around the globe and down to the ice of the southern pole again, and in blackest Africa, farthest, wildest Borneo, you will never discover one single tribe of creatures, upright and belonging to the race of man, who did not come into the world with 4 primal instincts. They all reproduce themselves, they all make something intended for music, they all express a feeling in their hearts by the exercise we call dance, they all believe in the afterlife of the soul. This belief is as much a part of any man, ever born in any location, as his hands and his feet. Whether he believes his soul enters a cat and works back to man again after long transmigration, or goes to a happy hunting ground as our Indians, makes no difference with the fact that he enters this world with belief in afterlife of some kind. We see material evidence in increase that man is not defeated in his desire to reproduce himself. We have advanced to something better than tom-toms and pow-wows for music and dance. These desires are fulfilled before us. Now tell me why the very strongest of all, the most deeply rooted, the belief in afterlife, should come to nothing. Why should the others be real, and that a dream?" "I don't think it is," said Robert. "It's my biggest self-evident fact," said Kate conclusively. "I never heard any one else say these things, but I think them, and they are provable. I always believed there was something, but since I saw mother go, I know there is." She stood in full evening light. I looked straight in her face, and Robert, you know I'm no creature of fancies and delusions. I tell you I saw her soul pass. I saw the life go from her and go on and on. I saw her body stand erect, long enough for me to reach her and pick her up after its passing. That I know." "I shouldn't think of questioning it, Kate," said Robert. "But don't you think you are rather limiting man when you narrow him to 4 primal instincts?" "Oh, I don't know," said Kate. "Air to breathe and food to sustain are presupposed. Man learns to fight in self-defense and to acquire what he covets. He learns to covet by seeing stronger men, in better locations, surpass his achievements. So if he is strong enough, he goes and robs them by force. He learns the desire for the chase in food hunting. I think 4 are plenty to start with." "Probably you are right," said the doctor, rising. "I must go now. Shall I take you home?" Kate glanced at the sun and shook her head. "I can stay half an hour longer. I don't mind the walk. I need exercise to keep me in condition. Good bye." As he started his car he glanced back. She was leaning over the flowers, absorbed in their beauty. Kate sat looking straight before her until time to help with the evening work and prepare supper. Then she arose. She stood looking down a long time. Finally she picked up a fine specimen of each of the roses and slowly dropped them on her father's grave. "There, you may have that many," she said. "You look a little too lonely, lying there beside the others with not a single one. But if you could speak, I wonder whether you would say 'thank you' or 'take the damn weeds off me.'" End of chapter 26. Read by Veronica Jenkins in Ottawa, Illinois.
Chapter 27 of A Daughter of the Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. A Daughter of the Land by Jean Stratton-Porter. Chapter 27. Blue Ribbon Corn. Never in her life had Kate worked harder than she did that fall, but she retained her splendid health. Everything was sheltered and housed, their implements under cover, their stock in good condition, their storeroom filled, and their fruits and vegetables buried in hills and long rows in the garden. Adam had a first wheat premium at the county fair and a second on corn, concerning which he felt abused. He thought his corn scored the highest number of points, but that the award was given another man because of Adam's having had first on wheat. In her heart Kate agreed with him, but she tried to satisfy him with the blue ribbon on wheat, and keep him interested sufficiently to try for the first on corn the coming year. She began making suggestions for the possible improvement of his corn. Adam was not easily propitiated. "Mother," he said, "you know as well as you know you're alive that if I had failed on wheat or had second, I would have been given first on my corn. My corn was the best in every way. But they thought I would swell up and burst if I had 2 blue ribbons. That was what ailed the judges. What encouragement is that to try again? I might grow even finer corn in the coming year than I did this, and be given no award at all because I had 2 this year. It would amount to exactly the same thing." "We'll get some more books and see if we can study up any new wrinkles this winter," said Kate. "Now cheer up and go tell Milly about it. Maybe she can console you if I can't." "Nothing but justice will console me," said Adam. "I'm not complaining about losing the prize. I'm fighting mad because my corn, my beautiful corn that grew and held its head so high and waved its banners of triumph to me with every breeze, didn't get its fair show. What encouragement is there for it to try better the coming year? The crows might as well have had it, or the cutworms, while all my work is for nothing." "You're making a big mistake," said Kate. "If your corn was the finest, it was, and the judges knew it, and you know it, and very likely the man who has the first prize knows it. You have a clean conscience, and you know what you know. They surely can't feel right about it or enjoy what they know. You have had the experience. You have the corn for seed. With these things to back you, clear a small strip of new land beside the woods this winter, and try what that will do for you." Adam looked at her with wide eyes. "By jing, mother, you are a dandy," he said. "You just bet I'll try that next year, but don't you tell a soul. There are more than you who will let a strip be cleared in an effort to grow blue ribbon corn. How did you come to think of it?" "Your saying all your work had been for nothing made me think of it," she answered. "Let them give another man the prize when they know your corn is the best. It's their way of keeping a larger number of people interested and avoiding the appearance of partiality. This contest was too close. Next year you grow such corn that the corn will force the decision in spite of the judges. Do you see?" "I see," said Adam. "I'll try again." After that life went on as usual. The annual Christmas party was the loveliest of all, because Kate gave it loving thought, and because all of their hearts were especially touched. As spring came on again, Kate and Adam studied over their work, planning many changes for the better, but each time they talked, when everything else was arranged, they came back to corn. More than once each of them dreamed corn that winter while asleep. They frankly talked of it many times a day. Location, soil, fertilizers, seed, cultivation, they even studied the almanacs for a general forecast of the weather. These things brought them very close together. Also, it was admitted between them, that little Paul grappled them with hooks of steel. They never lacked subjects for conversation. Paul always came first, corn next, and during the winter there began to be discussion of plans for Adam and Milly. Should Milly come with them, or should they build a small house on the end of the farm nearest her mother? Adam did not care, so he married Milly speedily. Kate could not make up her mind. Milly had the inclination of a bird for a personal and private nest of her own. So spring came to them. August brought the anniversary of Nancy Ellen's death, which again saddened all of them. Then came cooler September weather and the usual rush of preparation for winter. Kate was everywhere and enjoying her work immensely. On sturdy, tumbly legs, little Paul trotted after her or rode in state on her shoulder when distances were too far. If Kate took her to the fields, as she did every day, she carried along the half of an old pink and white quilt, which she spread in a shaded place, and filled the baby's lap with acorns, wildflowers, small brightly colored stones, shells, and whatever she could pick up for playthings. Paul amused herself with these until the heat and air made her sleepy. Then she laid herself down and slept for an hour or two. Once she had trouble with stomach teeth that brought Dr. Gray racing, and left Kate white and limp with fear. Everything else had gone finely, and among helping Adam, working in her home, caring for the baby, doing whatever she could see that she thought would be of benefit to the community, and what was assigned her by church committees, Kate had a busy life. She had earned, in a degree, the leadership she exercised in her first days in Walden. Everyone liked her, but no one ever ventured to ask her for an opinion unless they truly wanted it. Adam came from a run to Hartley for groceries one evening in late September, with a look of concern Kate noticed on his face. He was very silent during supper, and when they were on the porch as usual, he still sat as if thinking deeply. Kate knew that he would tell her what he was thinking about when he was ready, but she was not in the least prepared for what he said. "Mother, how do you feel about Uncle Robert marrying again?" he asked suddenly. Kate was too surprised to answer. She looked at him in amazement. Instead of answering, she asked him a question. "What makes you ask that?" "You know how that Mrs. Southey pursued him one summer. Well, she's back in Hartley, staying at the hotel right across from his office. She's dressed to beat the band, she's pretty as a picture, her car stands out in front all day, and to get to ride in it and take meals with her, all the women are running after her. I hear she has even had Robert's old mother out for a drive. What do you think of that?" "Think she's in love with him, of course, and trying to marry him, and that she will very probably succeed. If she has located where she is right under his eye, and lets him know that she wants him very much, he'll no doubt marry her." "But what do you think about it?" asked Adam. "I've had no time to think," said Kate. "At first blush I'd say that I shall hate it as badly as I could possibly hate anything that was none of my immediate business. Nancy Ellen loved him so. I never shall forget that day she first told me about him, and how loving him brought out her beauty, and made her shine and glow as if from an inner light. I was always with her most, and I loved her more than all the other girls put together. I know that Southey woman tried to take him from her one summer not long ago, and that he gave her to understand that she could not, so she went away. If she's back, it means only one thing, and I think probably she'll succeed, but you can be sure it will make me squirm properly." "I thought you wouldn't like it," he said emphatically. "Now understand me, Adam," said Kate. "I'm no fool. I didn't expect Robert to be more than human. He has no children, and he'd like a child above anything else on earth. I've known that for years, ever since it became apparent that none was coming to Nancy Ellen. I hadn't given the matter a thought, but if I had been thinking, I would have thought that as soon as was proper he would select a strong, healthy young woman and make her his wife. I know his mother is homesick and wants to go back to her daughters and their children, which is natural. I haven't an objection in the world to him marrying a proper woman at a proper time and place. But, oh dear Lord, I do dread and despise to see that little Southey cat come back and catch him, because she knows how." "Did you ever see her, mother?" "No, I never," said Kate, "and I hope I never shall. I know what Nancy Ellen felt, because she told me all about it that time we were up north. I'm trying with all my might to have a Christian spirit. I swallowed Mrs. Peters and never blinked that anybody saw. But I truly don't know from where I could muster grace to treat a woman decently who tried to do to my sister what I know Mrs. Southey tried to do to Nancy Ellen. She planned to break up my sister's home, that I know. Now that Nancy Ellen is gone, I feel tonight as if I just couldn't endure to see Mrs. Southey marry Robert." "Bet she does it," said Adam. "Did you see her?" asked Kate. "See her!" cried Adam. "I saw her half a dozen times in an hour. She's in the heart of the town, nothing to do but dress and motor. Never saw such a peach of a car. I couldn't help looking at it. Gee, I wish I could get you one like that." "What did you think of her looks?" asked Kate. "Might pretty," said Adam promptly. "Small, but not tiny, plump, but not fat, pink, light curls, big baby blue eyes, and a sort of hesitating way about her, as if she were anxious to do the right thing, but feared she might not, and wished somebody would take care of her." Kate threw out her hands with a rough exclamation. "I get the picture," she said. "It's a dead centre shot. That gets a man every time. No man cares a picayune about a woman who can take care of herself, and help him with his job if he has a ghost of a chance at a little pink and white clinger, who will suck the life and talent out of him, like the parasite she is, while she makes him believe he is on the job taking care of her. You can rest assured it will be settled before Christmas." Kate had been right in her theories concerning the growing of blue-ribbon corn. At the county fair in late September, Adam exhibited such heavy ears of evenly grained white and yellow corn that the blue ribbon he carried home was not an award of the judges. It was a concession to the just demands of the exhibit. Then they began husking their annual crop. It had been one of the country's best years for corn. The long, even, golden ears they were stripping the husks from and stacking in heaps over the field might profitably have been used for seed by any farmer. They had divided the field in halves, and Adam was husking one side, Kate the other. She had a big shock open, and kneeling beside it she was busy stripping open the husks and heaping up the yellow ears. Behind her the shocks stood like rows of stationed sentinels. Above, the crisp October sunshine warmed the air to a delightful degree. Across the field the fence rows were filled with purple and rose-coloured asters, and everywhere goldenrod, yellower than the corn, was hanging in heavy heads of pollen-spraying bloom. On her old pink quilt, little Paul, sound asleep, was lifted from the shade of one shock to another, while Kate worked across her share of the field. As she worked she kept looking at the child. She frankly adored her, but she kept her reason and held to rigid rules in feeding, bathing, and dressing. Paul minded even a gesture or a nod. Above, the flocking larks pierced the air with silver notes. On the fence rows the gathering robins called to each other. High in the air the old black vulture that homed in a hollow log in Kate's woods looked down on the spots of colour made by the pink quilt, the gold corn, the blue of Kate's dress, and her yellow head. An artist would have paused long over the rich colour, the grouping and perspective of that picture, while the hazy fall atmosphere softened and blended the whole. Kate herself never had appeared or felt better. She worked rapidly, often glancing across the field to see if she was even with or slightly in advance of Adam. She said it would never do to let the boy get heady, so she made a point of keeping even with him, and caring for little Paul for good measure. She was smiling as she watched him working like a machine as he ripped open husks, gave the ear a twist, tossed it aside, and reached for the next. Kate was doing the same thing, quite as automatically. She was beginning to find the afternoon sun almost hot on her bare head, so she turned until it fell on her back. Her face was flushed to coral pink, and framed in a loose border of her beautiful hair. She was smiling at the thought of how Adam was working to get ahead of her, smiling because little Paul looked such a picture of healthy loveliness, smiling because she was so well, she felt superabundant health rising like a stimulating tide in her body, smiling because the corn was the finest she had ever seen in a commonly cultivated field, smiling because she and Adam were of one accord about everything, smiling because the day was very beautiful, because her heart was at peace, her conscience clear. She heard a car stop at the gate, saw a man alight and start across the yard toward the field, and knew that her visitor had seen her and was coming to her. Kate went on husking corn, and when the man swung over the fence of the field, she saw that he was Robert, and instantly thought of Mrs. Southey, so she ceased to smile. "I've got a big notion to tell him what I think of him," she said to herself, even as she looked up to greet him. Instantly she saw that he had come for something. "What is it?" she asked. "Agatha," he said. "She's been having some severe heart attacks lately, and she just gave me a real scare." Instantly Kate forgot everything, except Agatha, whom she cordially liked, and Robert, who appeared older, more tired and worried than she had ever seen him. She thought Agatha had given him a real scare, and she decided that it scarcely would have been too bad to put lines in his face she never noticed before, dark circles under his eyes, a look of weariness in his bearing. She doubted as she looked at him if he were really courting Mrs. Southey. Even as she thought of these things she was asking, "She's better now?" Yes, easier, but she suffered terribly. Adam was upset completely. Adam the Third and Susan and their families are away from home and won't be back for a few days unless I send for them. They went to Ohio to visit some friends. I stopped to ask if it would be possible for you to go down this evening and sleep there, so that if there did happen to be a recurrence, Adam wouldn't be alone. "Of course," said Kate, glancing at the baby. "I'll go right away." "No need for that," he said. "If you'll arrange to stay with Adam tonight as a precaution. You needn't go till bedtime. I'm going back after supper to put them in shape for the night. I'm almost sure she'll be all right now, but you know how frightened we can get about those we love." "Yes, I know," said Kate quietly, going straight on ripping open ear after ear of corn. Presently she wondered why he did not go. She looked up at him and met his eyes. He was studying her intently. Kate was vividly conscious in an instant of her bare, wind-teased head, her husking gloves. She was not at all sure that her face was clean. She smiled at him, and picking up the sunbonnet lying beside her, she wiped her face with the skirt. "If the sun hits too long on the same spot, it grows warm," she told him. "Kate, I do wish you wouldn't," he exclaimed abruptly. Kate was too forthright for sparring. "Why not?" she asked. "For one thing, you're doing a man's work," he said. "For another, I hate to see you burn the loveliest hair I ever saw on the head of a woman and coarsen your fine skin." Kate looked down at the ear of corn she held in her hands, and considered an instant. "There hasn't any man been around asking to relieve me of this work," she said. "I got my start in life doing a man's work, and I'm frank to say that I'd far rather do it any day than what is usually considered a woman's. As for my looks, I never set a price on them or let them interfere with business, Robert." "No, I know you don't," he said, "but it's a pity to spoil you." "I don't know what's the matter with you," said Kate, patiently. She bent her head toward him. "Feel," she said, "and see if my hair isn't soft and fine. I always cover it in really burning sun. This autumn haze is good for it. My complexion is exactly as smooth and even now as it was the day I first met you on the footlog over 20 years ago. There's one good thing about the Bates women, they wear well. None of us yet have ever faded and frazzled out. Have you got many Hartley women doing what you call women's work to compare with me physically, Robert?" "You know the answer to that," he said. "So I do," said Kate. "I see some of them occasionally when business calls me that way. Now, Robert, I'm so well I feel like running a foot race the first thing when I wake up every morning. I'm making money, I'm starting my boy in a safe, useful life. Have you many a 1.5 babies in your practice that can beat little Paul? I'm as happy as it's humanly possible for me to be without Mother and Polly and Nancy Ellen. Mother used always to say that when death struck a family it seldom stopped until it took 3. That was my experience, and saving Adam and little Paul, it took my 3 dearest. But the separation isn't going to be so very long. If I were you, I wouldn't worry about me, Robert. There are many women in the world willing to pay for your consideration. Save it for them." "Kate, I'm sorry I said anything," he said hastily. "I wouldn't offend you purposely, you know." Kate looked at him in surprise. "But I'm not offended," she said, snapping an ear and reaching for another. "I am merely telling you. Don't give me a thought. I'm all right. If you'll save me an hour the next time little Paul has a tooth coming through, you'll have completely earned my gratitude. Tell Agatha I'll come as soon as I've finished my evening work." That was clearly a dismissal, for Kate, glancing across the field toward Adam, saw that he had advanced to a new shock, so she began husking faster than before. End of chapter 27.
Chapter 28 of A Daughter of the Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Daughter of the Land by Jean Stratton-Porter. Chapter 28. The 11th Hour. Robert said goodbye and started back toward his car. Kate looked after him as he reached the fence. A surge of pity for him swept up in her heart. He seemed far from happy, and he surely was very tired. Impulsive as always, she lifted her clear voice and called, "Robert!" He paused with his foot on a rail of the fence and turned toward her. "Have you had any dinner?" she asked. He seemed to be considering. "Come to think of it, I don't believe I have," he said. "I thought you looked neglected," said Kate. "Sonny across the field is starting a shock ahead of me. I can't come, but go to the kitchen. The door is unlocked. You'll find fried chicken and some preserves and pickles in the pantry. The bread box is right there, and the milk and butter are in the spring house." He gave Kate one long look. "Thank you," he said, and leaped the fence. He stopped on the front walk and stood a minute. Then he turned and went around the house. She laughed aloud. She was sending him to chicken perfectly cooked, barely cold, melon preserves, pickled cucumbers, and bread like that which had for years taken a county fair prize each fall, butter yellow as the goldenrod lining the fences, and cream stiff enough to stand alone. Also, he would find neither germ nor mold in her pantry and spring house, while it would be a new experience for him to let him wait on himself. Kate husked away in high good humor, but she quit an hour early to be on time to go to Agatha. She explained this to Adam when she told him that he would have to milk alone, while she bathed and dressed herself and got supper. When she began to dress, Kate examined her hair minutely and combed it with unusual care. If Robert was at Agatha's when she got there, she would let him see that her hair was not sunburned and ruined. To match the hairdressing, she reached back in her closet and took down her second-best white dress. She was hoping that Agatha would be well enough to have a short visit. Kate worked so steadily that she seldom saw any of her brothers and sisters during the summer. In winter she spent a day with each of them, if she could possibly manage. Anyway, Agatha would like to see her appearing well, so she put on the plain snowy linen, and carefully pinning a big apron over it, she went to the kitchen. They always had a full dinner at noon and worked until dusk. Her bath had made her later than she intended to be. Dusk was deepening. Evening chill was beginning to creep into the air. She closed the door, fed little Paul, and rolled her into bed, set the potatoes boiling, and began mixing the biscuit. She had them just ready to roll when steam lifted the lid of the potato pot. With the soft dough in her hand, she took a step to right it. While it was in her fingers, she peered into the pot. She did not look up on the instant the door opened, because she thought it would be Adam. When she glanced toward the door, she saw Robert standing looking at her. He had stepped inside, closed the door, and with his hand on the knob was waiting for her to see him. "Oh, hello," said Kate. "I thought it was Adam. Have you been to Agatha's yet?" "Yes, she is very much better," he said. "I only stopped to tell you that her mother happened to come out for the night, and they'll not need you." "I'm surely glad she is better," said Kate, "but I'm rather disappointed. I've been swimming, and I'm all ready to go." She set the pot lid in place accurately, and gave her left hand a deft turn to save the dough from dripping. She glanced from it to Robert, expecting to see him open the door and disappear. Instead, he stood looking at her intently. Suddenly he said, "Kate, will you marry me?" Kate mechanically saved the dough again, as she looked at the pot an instant. Then she said casually, "Sure. It would be splendid to have a doctor right in the house when little Paul cuts her double teeth." "Thank you," said Robert tersely. "No doubt that would be a privilege, but I decline to marry you in order to see little Paul safely through teething. Good night." He stepped outside and closed the door very completely, and somewhat pronouncedly. Kate stood straight an instant, then realized biscuit dough was slowly creeping down her wrist. With a quick fling, she shot the mass into the scrap bucket, and sinking on the chair she sat on to peel vegetables, she lifted her apron, laid her head on her knees, and gave a big gulping sob or two. Then she began to cry silently. A minute later the door opened again. That time it had to be Adam, but Kate did not care what he saw or what he thought. She cried on in perfect abandon. Then steps crossed the room. Someone knelt beside her, put an arm around her, and said, "Kate, why are you crying?" Kate lifted her head suddenly and applied her apron skirt. "None of your business," she said to Robert's face, 6 inches from hers. "Are you so anxious as all this about little Paul's teeth?" he asked. "Oh, drat little Paul's teeth!" cried Kate, the tears rolling uninterruptedly. "Then why did you say that to me?" he demanded. "Well, you said you only stopped to tell me that I needn't go to Agatha's," she explained. "I had to say something to get even with you." "Oh," said Robert, and took possession. Kate put her arms around his neck, drew his head against hers, and knew a minute of complete joy. When Adam entered the house, his mother was very busy. She was mixing more biscuit dough, she was laughing like a girl of 16, she snatched out one of their finest tablecloths, and put on many extra dishes for supper, while Uncle Robert, looking like a different man, was helping her. He was actually stirring the gravy, and getting the water and setting up chairs. And he was under high tension, too. He was saying things of no moment, as if they were profound wisdom, and laughing hilariously at things that were scarcely worth a smile. Adam looked on, and marvelled, and all the while his irritation grew. At last he saw a glance of understanding pass between them. He could endure it no longer. "Oh, you might as well say what you think," he burst forth. "You forgot to pull down the blinds." Both the brazen creatures laughed as if that were a fine joke. They immediately threw off all reserve. By the time the meal was finished, Adam was struggling to keep from saying the meanest things he could think of. Also, he had to go to Milly, with nothing very definite to tell. But when he came back, his mother was waiting for him. She said at once, "Adam, I'm very sorry the blind was up tonight. I wanted to talk to you, and tell you myself, that the first real love for a man that I have ever known is in my heart tonight." "Why, Mother," said Adam. "It's true," said Kate, quietly. "You see, Adam, the first time I ever saw Robert Gray, I knew, and he knew, that he had made a mistake in engaging himself to Nancy Ellen. But the thing was done, she was happy, we simply realized that we would have done better together, and let it go at that. But all these years I have known that I could have made him a wife who would have come closer to his ideals than my sister, and she should have had the man who wanted to marry me. They would have had a wonderful time together." "And where did my father come in?" asked Adam, quietly. "He took advantage of my blackest hour," said Kate. "I married him when I positively didn't care what happened to me. The man I could have loved was married to my sister. The man I could have married and lived with in comfort to both of us was out of the question. It was in the Bates blood to marry about the time I did. I had seen only the very best of your father, and he was an attractive lover, not bad-looking, not embarrassed with one single scruple. It's the way of the world. I took it. I paid for it. Only God knows how dearly I paid. But, Adam, if you love me, stand by me now. Let me have this 11th-hour happiness with no alloy. Anything I feel for your Uncle Robert has nothing in the world to do with my being your mother, with you being my son. Kiss me, and tell me you're glad, Adam." Adam rose up and put his arms around his mother. All his resentment was gone. He was as happy as he could be for his mother, and happier than he ever before had been for himself. The following afternoon, Kate took the car and went to see Agatha instead of husking corn. She dressed with care and arrived about 3 o'clock, leading Paul in whitest white, with cheeks still rosy from her afternoon nap. Agatha was sitting up and delighted to see them. She said they were the first of the family who had come to visit her, and she thought they had come because she was thinking of them. Then she told Kate about her illness. She said it dated from Father Bates's stroke, and the dreadful days immediately following, when Adam had completely lost self-control, and she had not been able to influence him. "I think it broke my heart," she said, simply. Then they talked the family over. and at last Agatha said, "Kate, what is this I hear about Robert? Have you been informed that Mrs. Southey is back in Hartley, and that she is working every possible chance and using multifarious blandishments on him?" Kate laughed heartily and suddenly. She never had heard blandishments used in common conversation. As she struggled to regain self-possession, Agatha spoke again. "It's no laughing matter," she said. "The report has every earmark of verisimilitude. The Bates family has a way of feeling deeply. We all loved Nancy Ellen. We all suffered severely, and lost something that could never be replaced when she went. Of course all of us realized that Robert would enter the bonds of matrimony again. None of us would have objected, even if he remarried soon. But all of us do object to his marrying a woman who would have broken Nancy Ellen's heart if she could. And yesterday I took advantage of my illness and told him so. Then I asked him why a man of his standing and ability in this community didn't frustrate that unprincipled creature's vermiculations toward him by marrying you, at once." Slowly Kate sat down in her chair. Her face whitened and then grew greenish. She breathed with difficulty. "Oh, Agatha," was all she could say. "I do not regret it," said Agatha. "If he is going to ruin himself, he is not going to do it without knowing that the Bates family highly disapprove of his course." "But why drag me in?" said Kate, almost too shocked to speak at all. "Maybe he loves Mrs. Southey. She has let him see how she feels about him. Possibly he feels the same about her." "He does if he weds her," said Agatha conclusively. Anything anyone could say or do would have no effect, if he had centered his affections upon her. Of that you may be very sure. "May I?" asked Kate, dully. "Indeed you may," said Agatha. "The male of the species, when he is a man of Robert's attainments and caliber, can be swerved from pursuit of the female he covets by nothing save extinction." "You mean," said Kate with an effort, "that if Robert asked a woman to marry him, it would mean that he loved her." "Indubitably," cried Agatha. Kate laughed until she felt a little better, but she went home in a mood far different from that in which she started. Then she had been very happy, and she had intended to tell Agatha about her happiness, the very first of all. Now she was far from happy. Possibly, 1,000 things, the most possible, that Robert had responded to Agatha's suggestion, and stopped and asked her that abrupt question, from an impulse as sudden and inexplicable as had possessed her when she married George Holt. Kate fervently wished she had gone to the cornfield as usual that afternoon. "That's the way it goes," she said angrily, as she threw off her better dress and put on her everyday gingham to prepare supper. "That's the way it goes. Stay in your element and go on with your work, and you're all right. Leave your job and go traipsing over the country, wasting your time, and you get a heartache to pay you. I might as well give up the idea that I'm ever to be happy like anybody else. Every time I think happiness is coming my way, along comes something that knocks it higher than Gilderoy's kite. Hang the luck." She saw Robert pass while she was washing the dishes, and knew he was going to Agatha's, and would stop when he came back. She finished her work, put little Paul to bed, and made herself as attractive as she knew how in her prettiest blue dress. All the time she debated whether she would say anything to him about what Agatha had said or not. She decided she would wait a while and watch how he acted. She thought she could soon tell. So when Robert came, she was as nearly herself as possible, but when he began to talk about being married soon, the most she would say was that she would begin to think about it at Christmas and tell him by spring. Robert was bitterly disappointed. He was very lonely. He needed better housekeeping than his aged mother was capable of, to keep him up to a high mark in his work. Neither of them was young any longer. He could see no reason why they should not be married at once. Of the reason in Kate's mind he had not a glimmering. But Kate had her way. She would not even talk of a time, or express an opinion as to whether she would remain on the farm, or live in Nancy Ellen's house, or sell it and build whatever she wanted for herself. Robert went away baffled, and disappointed over some intangible thing he could not understand. For 6 weeks Kate tortured herself, and kept Robert from being happy. Then one morning Agatha stopped to visit with her, while Adam drove on to town. After they had exhausted farming, little Paul's charms, and the neighbors, Agatha looked at Kate and said, "Catherine, What is this I hear about Robert coming here every day now? It appeals to me that he must have followed my advice." "Of course he never would have thought of coming if you hadn't told him so," said Kate, dryly. "Now there you are in error," said the literal Agatha, as she smoothed down little Paul's skirts and twisted her ringlets into formal corkscrews. "Right there you are in error, my dear. The reason I told Robert to marry you was because he said to me, when he suggested going after you to stay the night with me, that he had seen you in the field when he passed, and that you were the most glorious specimen of womanhood that he ever had seen. He said you were the one to stay with me, in case there should be any trouble, because your head was always level and your heart was big as a barrel." "Yes, that's the reason I can't always have it with me," said Kate, looking glorified instead of glorious. "Agatha, it just happens to mean very much to me. Will you just kindly begin at the beginning, and tell me every single word Robert said to you and you said to him that day?" "Why, I have informed you explicitly," said Agatha, using her handkerchief on the toe of Paul's blue shoe. "He mentioned going after you, and said what I told you, and I told him to go. He praised you so highly that when I spoke to him about the Southey woman I remembered it, so I suggested to him, as he seemed to think so well of you. It just that minute flashed into my mind, but he made me think of it, calling you glorious and level-headed and big-hearted. Heavens! Catherine Eleanor, what more could you ask?" "I guess that should be enough," said Kate. "One certainly would presume so," said Agatha. Then Adam came, and handed Kate her mail as she stood beside his car talking to him a minute, while Agatha settled herself. As Kate closed the gate behind her, she saw a big square white envelope among the newspapers, advertisements, and letters. She slipped it out and looked at it intently. Then she ran her finger under the flap and read the contents. She stood studying the few lines it contained, frowning deeply. "Doesn't it beat the band?" she asked of the surrounding atmosphere. She went up the walk, entered the living room, slipped the letter under the lid of the big family Bible, and walking to the telephone she called Dr. Gray's office. He answered the call in person. "Robert, this is Kate," she said. "Would you have any deeply rooted objections to marrying me at 6 o'clock this evening?" "Well, I should say not," boomed Robert's voice, the "not" coming so forcibly Kate dodged. "Have you got the information necessary for a license?" she asked. "Yes," he answered. "Then bring one, and your minister, and come at 6, she said. "And, oh yes, Robert, will it be all right with you if I stay here and keep house for Adam until he and Milly can be married and move in? Then I'll come to your house just as it is. I don't mind coming to Nancy Ellen's home, as I would another woman's." "Surely," he cried. "Any arrangement you make will satisfy me." "All right. I'll expect you with the document and the minister at 6 then," said Kate, and hung up the receiver. Then she took it down again, and calling Milly, asked her to bring her best white dress and come up right away, and help her get ready to entertain a few people that evening. Then she called her sister Hannah, and asked her if she thought that in the event she, Kate, wished that evening at 6 o'clock to marry a very fine man, and had no preparations whatever made, her family would help her out to the extent of providing the supper. She wanted all of them, and all the children, but the arrangement had come up suddenly, and she could not possibly prepare a supper herself for such a big family in the length of time she had. Hannah said she was perfectly sure every one of them would drop everything, and be tickled to pieces to bring the supper, and to come, and they would have a grand time. What did Kate want? Oh, she wanted bread, and chicken for meat, maybe some potato chips and angel's food cake, and a big freezer or two of Agatha's best ice cream, and she thought possibly more butter and coffee than she had on hand. She had plenty of sugar and cream and pickles and jelly. She would have the tables all set as she did for Christmas. Then Kate rang for Adam, and put a broom in his hand as he entered the back door. She met Milly with a pail of hot water and cloths to wash the glass. She went to her room, and got out her best afternoon dress of dull blue, with gold lace and a pink velvet rose. She shook it out and studied it. She had worn it twice on the trip north. None of them save Adam ever had seen it. She put it on and looked at it critically. Then she called Milly, and they changed the neck and sleeves a little, took a yard of width from the skirt, and behold, it became a creation in the very height of style. Then Kate opened her trunk, and got out the petticoat, hose, and low shoes to match it, and laid them on her bed. Then they set the table, laid a fire ready to strike in the cook-stove, saw that the gas was all right, set out the big coffee boiler, and skimmed a crock full of cream. By 4 o'clock they could think of nothing else to do. Then Kate bathed and went to her room to dress. Adam and Milly were busy making themselves fine. Little Poll sat in her prettiest dress, watching her beloved Tate, until Adam came and took her. He had been instructed to send Robert and the minister to his mother's room as soon as they came. Kate was trying to look her best, yet making haste so that she would be ready on time. She had made no arrangements except to spread a white goatskin where she and Robert would stand at the end of the big living-room near her door. Before she was fully dressed, she began to hear young voices and knew that her people were coming. When she was ready, Kate looked at herself and muttered, "I'll give Robert and all of them a good surprise. This is a real dress, thanks to Nancy Ellen. The poor girl. It's scarcely fair to her to marry her man in a dress she gave me, but I'd stake my life she'd rather I'd have him than any other woman." It was an evening of surprises. At 6, Adam lighted a big log, festooned with leaves and berries so that the flames roared and crackled up the chimney. The early arrivals were the young people who had hung the mantel, gas fixtures, curtain poles, and draped the doors with long sprays of bittersweet, northern holly, and great branches of red spice berries, dogwood with its red leaves and berries, and scarlet and yellow oak leaves. The elders followed and piled the table with heaps of food, then trailed red vines between dishes. In a quandary as to what to wear, without knowing what was expected of him further than saying "I will" at the proper moment, Robert ended by slipping into Kate's room, dressed in white flannel. The ceremony was over at 10 minutes after 6. Kate was lovely, Robert was handsome, everyone was happy, the supper was a banquet. The Bates family went home. Adam disappeared with Milly, while little Poll went to sleep. Left to themselves, Robert took Kate in his arms and tried to tell her how much he loved her, but felt he expressed himself poorly. As she stood before him, he said, "And now, dear, tell me what changed you, and why we are married tonight instead of at Christmas or in the spring." "Oh, yes," said Kate, "I almost forgot. Why, I wanted you to answer a letter for me." "Lucid," said Robert. He seated himself beside the table. "Bring on the ink and stationery, and let me get it over." Kate obeyed, and with the writing material, laid down the letter she had that morning received from John Jardine, telling her that his wife had died suddenly, and that as soon as he had laid her away, he was coming to exact a definite promise from her as to the future, and that he would move heaven and earth before he would again be disappointed. Robert read the letter and laid it down, his face slowly flushing scarlet. "You called me out here and married me expressly to answer this?" he demanded. "Of course," said Kate. "I thought if you could tell him that his letter came the day I married you, it would stop his coming and not be such a disappointment to him." Robert pushed the letter from him violently and arose. "By—" He checked himself and stared at her. "Kate, you don't mean that," he cried. "Tell me you don't mean that." "Why, sure I do," said Kate. "It gave me a fine excuse. I was so homesick for you, and tired waiting to begin life with you. Agatha told me about her telling you the day she was ill to marry me, and the reason I wouldn't was because I thought maybe you asked me so offhand-like, because she told you to, and you didn't really love me. Then this morning she was here, and we were talking, and she got round it again, and then she told me all you said, and I saw you did love me, and that you would have asked me if she hadn't said anything, and I wanted you so badly. Robert, ever since that day we met on the footlog, I've known that you were the only man I'd ever really want to marry. Robert, I'd never come anywhere near loving anybody else. The minute Agatha told me this morning, I began to think how I could take back what I'd been saying, how I could change, and right then Adam handed me that letter, and it gave me a fine way out, and so I called you. Sure, I married you to answer that, Robert. Now go and do it." "All right," he said. "In a minute." Then he walked to her and took her in his arms again, but Kate could not understand why he was laughing until he shook when he kissed her. End of chapter 28. End of A Daughter of the Land by Jean Stratton-Porter.